All right. So now we have our run from our great etiquette here, and he looks. Oh yeah,
It is,
it's
there's no sound
yeah.
here.
That's, oh okay. Yeah, there's no sound here. Just wanted to make sure. And yeah, so it's gonna be fun, and we're gonna have an Arceus run for this. PLA done fast, exactly. So I'm gonna head it off to TPAT, Thomas Patrick WX, Halkari, and Etiquette to do some Arceus runs. It's gonna be fun.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome everybody. And this is Pokemon Legends Arceus. We're going to do an any percent run. With me, as Paige mentioned, we have Thomas Patrick, also known as T-Pat,
Hi.
and Halkari.
Howdy.
A bit of the intro here. This is not included in the timing, and we'll do Eon ticket for the name. We didn't do naming incentive for this.
It is kind of great that it starts on is all correct and as it should be. It's just Arceus speaks in like old English.
Yeah, it's great. So when I click yes here is going to be the start of the timer. So ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So yeah, this is Pokemon Legends Arceus. This is the newest game that was released in the Pokemon series. This was released back in January, so it's relatively new. And intro is going to be a lot of talking with not a lot going on. But this game is structured in a very different way than normal Pokemon games. So it is an absolute treat to run and a treat to play casually too. So if you haven't played it, I definitely recommend it.
This is definitely like one of the most fun games I've played casually in a long time. And it's a game that like rewards that kind of skill as well. Because you mentioned like the mechanics of this game are going to be a lot different than a normal Pokemon game. It's literally feels like it more feels like a casual play, but really fast, as opposed to just abusing the mechanics of the game to play fast.
Yeah. So story-wise, this game's a little weird. Basically, we were sent back in time by Arceus. This is like basically like prehistoric era.
It's an isekai game, and Hulk knows all about those.
Yeah, I've heard the explanation that we were isekai'd by Truck-kun, and now we're here. Yeah, the thing about this game is normally for speedruns, you want to find as many exploits as possible and as many skips as you can for a game, but honestly, I don't feel that way with this game. I think the game is structured very well the way it is, and it's really engaging speedrun throughout the whole thing, except for the end game. I'll definitely take an end game skip.
Yeah.
But I think the research point mechanics and having to run a lot of numbers in your head, it's very engaging, and it's not too hard to handle once you're familiar with everything.
Yeah, the main point of this game and is going to be the meat of it's going to happen in the middle when we're in the open world areas. And the key here is that instead of completing dex entries, like say like a la Let's Go, where it's like, oh, we have to complete 50 dex entries to progress the game. Instead, we have this research point mechanic where here in our isekai like prehistoric adventure, the professor who we just met is he's making the first ever Pokedex, and it's more than just catch one of every Pokemon that's okay. He wants more than that. He wants you to catch multiple of the same species. He wants you to see certain moves, defeat Pokemon with certain moves, feed them, scare them, all these different tasks. And all those are going to be worth research points, and some will be worth 10 and some will be worth 20 points each. And in order to complete a dex entry, we need to get what would be 100 points, or is considered a research task of 10. And if we get that, it's 100 points with a 100 point bonus. So we could go from 90 points to 200 points in our research research points, and that's going to be huge for the run. So we're going to be trying to get those dex entries completed as efficiently as possible instead of spreading them out over too many Pokemon.
So I did mention that there's not a whole lot of skips in this game, but there is a fair amount of techniques. You may have noticed Etiquette when he went into each of the cutscene triggers in the very beginning. He was crouching right before he hit the trigger. Normally, when you run directly into a cutscene trigger, the character will do some kind of like hitting an invisible wall and recoiling back animation. Now, that's kind of slow. So what you do is you crouch and walk into the cutscene trigger, and it immediately stands your character up, which is a much faster animation. It stays about, I'd say, like 25, 30 seconds or more throughout the run.
If you do it right.
If you do it right, yeah.
Because the key is you have to know where those cutscene triggers are. Otherwise, one of two things happens. One, you run past it and you miss your crouch cancel. Or two, you crouch too early, and then you're literally like sneak crouching into the trigger, losing the time you would have saved doing it.
And I did that on one of them already.
I think if you do it early, like not like egregiously early, but like if you do it like fairly early, you'll still end up saving a little bit of time net. So it's not too bad to do it early.
It's definitely worth, if you're going to learn running this game, like in your intermediate step, it's just kind of learning memorizing where all those cutscene triggers are and trying to hit as many of them as possible. Because it's just little bits of time save that you can get here and there. And even I'm starting to get a bit more used to it. There's a couple where I'm just like, oh, didn't know. Because what's really weird is, especially when we start talking to our companion, Akari, she has a lot of cutscene triggers that have various distances between like where she's standing and where the cutscene triggers. Like some you have to be like right next to her, like in arm's reach. And then there's others where it's like barely shouting distance. So yeah, memorizing it's a little hard.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the only other thing, skip wise, that's worth noting. I didn't do it on this run. I tried to, but I didn't throw in time. That catching sequence is scripted. You catch one, catch two, one breaks out, and then you catch the third one. But you can, if you time things correctly and get good enough luck, get a Pokemon to break out immediately after you've had a conversation about like one of them getting in the ball. But I just didn't get the ball off in time. Even if you get the ball off in time, there's a chance that it just breaks out early. And you have to make sure you mash through the text boxes fast. It's inconsistent, but it saves a few seconds when you get it.
I've gotten it once and it's pretty hype.
Yeah.
It's basically just having the game multitask for you. Instead of having to watch the professor dialogue and then having to watch the shake breakout, you can just kind of combine the two.
Yeah.
Wow, what a cute village this is.
It's Canala Avenue.
Canala Avenue.
They're kind of just shoving the Sinnoh directly into your face.
Yeah. Jubilife Village, Canala Avenue. But yeah, here I'm gonna purposely run into this cutscene trigger so you can see like that little animation where he moves his arms out to the side and stops. That's what we're trying to avoid every time. So every time we see that, not every time we see it, but every time we see it when we're like talking to somebody, we tried to avoid it and missed.
Yeah, specifically, the game will not progress until the character is completely stationary, and it just takes longer for the character to get in that state with the recoil. Not too much longer, but it's like it can be up to a second every time difference, I believe.
I know the intro sequence is a little slow, so I want to kind of get ahead of myself and ask about the starters of this game and kind of the advantages of picking one over the other, because even though this game's pretty new, like what, 3 months old, like we've already switched which starter we're picking already.
And it's funny because I remember being told by one of the pioneers of the game, OSnap, that Cyndaquil just had absolutely no viability. But here we are.
Yeah. Oshawott was basically the forerunner from the start. And
classic water type in a Pokemon speedrun, I know.
And this game was really interesting when it started because almost everybody who was running it had their own version of a route. So I'll be sort of explaining it from my perspective. Oshawott was good for a few different reasons. One of the reasons was there were not a lot, but there were some research tasks early on that involved like defeating a Pokemon with a water move. So it was really easy to like, just use the Oshawott for it. Otherwise you have to catch a Weasel and stuff like that. And at the time I wasn't leveling up Weasel and stuff like that. So it just made sense to use Oshawott. Aqua Jet as its main move was also really nice because of the way the speed mechanics work in this game, which we'll get into when we actually see a battle. And then the other main reason was Samurott was so good for the late game. Having a strong dark type attacker, because the starters in this game have Hisuian forms. And so Hisuian Samurott is not just water type like the Unova one, it's water dark. And having a strong dark type attacker was really good. As the route progressed, we got another strong type attacker with Skuntank, but it was mainly used as a poison type attacker. Then we got a different poison type attacker in Sneasel, so Samurott was no longer being used. We didn't use the water moves at the start anymore. And Halk, if you want to talk a little bit about why we now use Cyndaquil, it really changed a lot of the route.
Yeah, so I think originally, or at least from my perspective, when I was learning this game, the big wall and the kind of stress test for whether a starter is good or not revolved purely around Ursaluna. And that's probably why Cyndaquil was viewed as less viable, because Ursaluna is just an absolute tank. It has like 130 defense, 130 attack as well, I think. It's just an absolute wall to get over. And Cyndaquil just couldn't do it. However, now we've borrowed some tactics from the Japanese, and Cyndaquil, actually, believe it or not, is the only starter that gets research points from the move it starts with. That's the first thing. So when you're quick attacking in the first battle that we're going to be going up against with Volo's Togepi, we're going to be getting research points for that, whereas no other starter gets that. And then second of all, off to the right of our spawn in Obsidian Fieldlands, there's going to be some very relatively high level Beautiflies. They're going to be approaching 20s to early 20s. And Cyndaquil can 2 to 3 shot those with Ember, which it gets a level 6. So we can actually juice up the party very, very quickly using this game's experience system, which is probably very similar to the Black-White experience curve that's been in the game for a while. So doing that is actually, believe it or not, even though we're just spending a lot of time doing fights, it's faster than the old route of having to run around the entire Obsidian Fieldlands and catch various things and feed various things. It actually results in, net time save.
And it's way more consistent too, because the big mechanic of this game is that aside from the first like little tutorial area, you need to get the first rank or first star rank to get the rest of area 1, second star rank to get the area 2, and so on through the 5th star rank to get to area 5, which is like the whole point of progressing the game. And the old way we were doing it, if you missed out on like a couple points, like if you didn't get like a heavy Bidoof, or you didn't get enough unspotted Starly catches, you might not even have enough points to progress to the first star rank. And it's like, well, that's kind of a big reset point. But now with the Cyndaquil defeating the Beautifly strats and just a couple of the things we do, it's like easy to get our first 500 points.
The short answer is that we're bringing all the evolutions that we were going to do eventually anyway, we're bringing those forward. And we're making those available to us to use to hit our 500 point limit to get out. Whereas otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to reach those levels to be able to get those evolutions off and earn those extra points through evolution.
It'll be really obvious when we start fighting the Beautiflies just how much experience we're gonna get.
Yeah, and the funny thing was, this was something that the general idea of this was actually something we thought of. I think we also took from Japanese runners, but like maybe a month and a half ago. But instead of defeating the Beautiflies, we were focusing on catching them, and that worked. But this game also has some weird mechanic that we don't quite understand, where sometimes things that are higher level are harder to catch. I don't know, it's weird. And so it was like super inconsistent. We all kind of wrote it off after a couple days. But just taking the exact same strategy, and instead of catching them, defeat them, and we are basically back in business.
Yeah, I don't know why that wasn't obvious.
Yeah, I think it's because at the time we were still using Oshawott, so we didn't have anything to like easily defeat it. But yeah,
Yeah, using
should've been
Cyndaquil
obvious.
just required like a complete rewrite of the first 2 areas.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is Volo, and we're gonna fight him twice throughout the run.
Is he acting sus yet?
Not yet.
Not quite.
Not until he tells us how to backstab people. I mean, backstrike Pokemon.
Okay, so another thing with Cyndaquil here, its starting attack is Quick Attack. I'm not sure if any of the starters get that as their first move. But if you have a high enough speed stat, you'll actually be able to skip Togepi's second attack, because you'll be able to do a third Quick Attack after your second one. Also, alternatively, you could get 2 crits here and kill the Togepi, or have a high attack stat and get 1 crit.
Ooh, you got it.
There we go.
I actually had not seen that before.
That's probably a mixture of either nature and or I guess it's not they're not IVs.
I believe you need at
They
least
have
2
the-
EL.
Yeah. What is it? EL? I always forget what it is.
Effort levels.
Effort
Yeah.
levels.
So basically, 0 EL is going to comprise of like 0 to 19, I think, or something like that. And then
Yeah.
1 is like 19 to 23, and then 2 ELs like somewhere between 23 to 30, and then 3 ELs the equivalent of 31 IV in previous games.
And then if you've played this game casually, you know that you can get higher than that by using, grit items, but we're not going to use that in this run because we just have a good balanced team, the way a Pokemon team should be, right?
It could be used for maybe Sneasel if you're trying to avoid those ranges in the late game. But if you juice it up too hard, you might kill Dialga, so it may not be a good idea.
All right, so we are finally here in the wild area type thing. This is the Obsidian Fieldlands. This is Area 1. And we're still in the tutorial. Like, we're in the game, but we're still kind of in Tutorial Island. We need to catch 3 Pokemon. We're going to be catching Bidoof, Starly, and Shinx. The Bidoof and Starly, I believe, have 100% catch rate as long as you actually hit them with the Pokeball. The Shinx, on the other hand, the game wants you to... Well, I guess I didn't actually explain it. So you can just run and gun. You can just, like, run around and throw Pokeballs at Pokemon. And if they don't aggro onto you, then you can just catch them like that. The Shinx, they kind of force you to battle, which is also an option if you want to do that. And
I recently have tried it. The Shinx battle is completely unavoidable because I got 2 Split Apricorns from the first 2 catches, and I tried to use them on the Shinx, and it was just completely immune to it.
Oh man. But yeah, so this is basically teaching us about the different temperaments of Pokemon. So Bidoof is kind of like a laid-back Pokemon. You could run up to it, doesn't get scared or anything. Starly is skittish, so if it sees you for too long, it'll start running away. And Shinx is an aggressive Pokemon, so if it sees you, it's going to aggro onto you. And if a Pokemon is aggroed, it will not
you can't
allow
catch
you to catch
it outside of battle. Yeah.
So I don't know if this has been explained yet, but we are actually earning research points here, even though we don't have a dex yet. So Eddaket's going to go ahead and sneak up on Starly, because Starly specifically has a research task for how many you've caught without being spotted. And we do earn those here before we even have a dex. So you might as well get turn a guaranteed catch into as much research as possible, I think, because Starly actually can be hard to catch later.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's the game mechanic is built that way. Like Starly being skittish is likely to like spot you or kind of notice you're around. If you may have noticed the ellipses, the 3 dots above its head, means that it's aware of your location. So if you catch it like that, it doesn't count as a stealth catch. So
it's different for every Pokemon.
Wait just a little bit. Yeah, there's like some discrepancies with like Cricketots and such.
Yeah, Cricketots have dots while they're eating, but if you catch them while they're eating, then they do count as unspotted. It's really strange.
Yeah, that always does confuse me. But you'll see here like this Shinx like gets a little glow and it's just like and then it has like the Skyrim like eye in the top middle saying like, oh, you're being targeted by an opponent in the overworld. So that's an indication that a Pokemon has aggroed you. Anybody who knows anything about this game knows that Parises are like the most aggro of every Pokemon. If you're in breathing distance,
my vote's for Remoraid. They
Remember, he
made
just
my
gets
boy
so mad for
so
no reason.
angry. I don't know what they did to him.
Yeah, something else I did during that battle, it's just like muscle memory to do during that battle, is I turned on, there's a turn order thing. So we kind of alluded to it in the Togepi fight, and we actually kind of saw it in action because I got the 2 turns in a row. But normal speed mechanics don't exist in the game, and instead we have more of like a speed-based battle system, where some moves are going to take like less speed to use, so you'll get to go more often. Sometimes you can use more speed, so you go less often. There's strong and agile style moves, which will strong style moves boost accuracy, boost power, and boost the effectiveness, like whatever the secondary effect of a move is. Agile moves will basically leave everything the same except for the power gets a little bit decreased, and it's considered a faster move, so it's kind of weird. And then existing moves have things like any move that used to be a priority move or used to be a flinching move is like a lower speed move, or a higher speed move rather, so you'll get to go more often, which is why the quick attack I was able to use more than twice in a row. So it's
You
kind
saw
of weird.
there.
I have the turn order up there just because I'm not super familiar with like some of, especially the later fights, making sure I
Yeah,
get the
and the
right
opposite
turns.
is true too. Like a move that would have not recoil, but like where you would
Recharge.
skip, a recharge move like hyper beam, is considered like a slower move. So like you can use it, but then you're delaying your next move by a certain bracket. And anybody that's ever played Final Fantasy X would be at least familiar with the turn order box that appears in the top right corner of the screen. But it is just like a suggestion. Like if you have equal speed with your opponent and you're using just normal moves, you'll still go one after another. It'll be your turn, then it'll be their turn, and the move order will reflect that. It'll say your turn, their turn, your turn, their turn, and go to like 10 moves out. But it doesn't take into consideration if your opponent's going to use quick attack in order to try to steal an extra move on you, or use an agile style to do the same. So that's not considered until they take their move. So you have to take it with a grain of salt when you see it. You're really only guaranteed on your move to know that if you're getting a move or getting a second move if you're trying to agile style, etc.
Yeah, that's very well illustrated by Arita's Glaceon later on, because we're now faster than we used to be in previous routes. It'll actually use quick attack and then swift to try to catch up to you in damage output. As well, just a little bit ago, Eddaket had, I think, its first examples of the slow crouch. So the downside to the whole crouch canceling thing is there's a lot of things that are wrong with it. If you don't hold the stick when you go into the cutscene trigger, if you crouch too late, if you woke up on the wrong side of the bed, there's a lot of reasons why it'll just fail. But generally, as long as you're just not trying to crouch literally at the right moment, you'll save time. It's just unfortunate when that happens randomly, because that does lose time over the recoil.
I do notice that every single time, like in battle, if an opponent can get a second move by agile styling, it will agile style you.
Yeah, enemy AI is very strange in this game.
It's so bad. And all of those agile style and strong style moves do take a little bit more time. We'll be using our fair share of them, so it's not like it's just something we should avoid altogether, but you really don't want to be using it if you don't have to.
Is this the first Pokemon game where you can't skip move animation? No, it's probably Kahlo. You had to watch move animation.
What's also worth noting about the strong and agile style moves is you don't unlock those until you've mastered a move, which is several levels after a Pokemon has learned a move. So
which is
we're gonna
generally like 10 levels.
Yeah, we have Ember now, but we cannot use it in strong or agile style at the current moment. We have to wait till it gets mastered.
Which should be like level 15, 16 or so.
Something
Somewhere
like that.
It's around there. That was a good crouch cancel. Good job.
This is the only unique crouch cancel in the game. If you walk up to this box and then crouch on crouch and then press A to do your thing. I think you stumbled for some reason.
Stumbled, yeah.
How did that? Okay. But yeah, that's the only weird one because it's with a box, I guess.
There are some doors where it doesn't work as well either. You were telling me that the Galaxy HQ door, it's just like
Oh, it just doesn't work with doors at all. When you try to do a crouch cancel on a door, it'll make you stumble, and I don't think it just. I think it just does nothing. The only door it works on is when you leave the Galaxy HQ right before the Baggin cutscene, because that's no longer a door. That's a cutscene trigger.
Yeah.
For the Baggin thing to start.
That's the one I always forget too. I always open up the warp map and I'm like, why can't I warp? And you have to take the scam call, man. I got two scam calls today.
Baggin wants to tell you about your extended warranty.
Are you dissatisfied with your Bagspace's extended warranty? All right. Let me sell you my knowledge for a clean $4.2 million.
So gameplay. We finally have gameplay in the run.
We're finally ready to play.
We are free. This is an open world video game now.
I mean, casually, it doesn't feel that long, but now that we are very well versed in the game, the tutorial feels very long.
Yeah, and so now we have. So we're gonna get taught how to dodge. This is. We'll get into dodging in a second, but now that we have access to catch all the Pokemon that we want, we're gonna promptly spend the next like 2 minutes not catching anything while we go through all of the little cutscenes here,
admiring the scenery.
Yeah, we because of the way that we're doing this first area where we're gonna like get these experience bombs by defeating Beautiflies, we really want to make sure we have like good things in our party to evolve. And so I'm not going to catch anything. I have 2 empty party spaces. I'm not going to catch anything until I have 2 Wurmples. And we just can't get Wurmples for a little bit. So we're just going to go through all these cutscene triggers, try to get crouch cancels on them.
You could alternatively go for a Starly and a Wurmple, because you have to evolve a second Starly anyway. That's what me and Shady have been doing recently. Dodging actually has a lot of nuances to it.
Yeah.
It has a very, very wide range of intangibility. Actually, something that you look like you won't be able to dodge for in time, you definitely can. Like the invincibility starts immediately. And a recent application we've been using is you can actually cancel like Pokeball throws like that. You can actually cancel that with a dodge. That's very, very new though.
I noticed that literally when I was messing around before stream today, or before the run today.
This is news to me. I'm taking notes right now.
Yeah, so every time you throw a Pokeball at a tree, you can like immediately dodge like. Well, it is a cancel, but like you can also gain some ground, like where you normally have to just sit there and be in Pokeball cooldown.
Also, very quickly, this game does have like a hidden stamina bar. So I like using the Skyrim example. Like Skyrim has a stamina bar, and if you sprint, you use it up, and it's the same case here, except we have no idea where our stamina bar is at any given point, but you can tell like your character will get tired and its running/walking speed will be slower. So in that case, we do start to just spam dodge roll, because that is the second fastest way to travel in the game, and it doesn't take any stamina to use, and we will recharge that hidden stamina bar in the meantime.
Yeah, in my experience, I've found that it's better not to let your stamina run out. Like, for example, when you're running to go to the Obsidian Fieldlands on this day specifically, I purposefully stop my sprint manually for like just like a second and then re-enable it again, because I feel like with that way you get more stamina, because when you're out of stamina it takes like a while to recharge even a little bit.
Eddaket got us 2 Wurmples, and he finished all of his what we call these waypoints.
You need to finish at least 3 or 4 to be able to warp, so we couldn't really avoid those, and you have to watch all the waypoints in order to advance to this point.
And now we're gonna do something totally different, because the old route is very typical for like an area 1. It's like, oh, catch Wurmples and Starlies.
Were there no Shinxes over there?
I've never seen no Shinxes there.
Okay, yeah, you're good. Yeah, sometimes they'll do the exclamation point like to try to scare you, but like unless they have like the Super Saiyan aura around them, they're not really gonna threaten you. This other one's probably fine.
Oh wow.
You can just catch the one on day 2.
Yeah, catching the one in there is important.
Yeah. There's also one to the right of that one on day 2.
Yes, I did know that.
Okay, so something that's not really on our routes at all. Over here to the left of etiquette, there could be some Pichus.
Yes.
And if you catch 2 Pichus unspotted during the day, Pichu is finished.
Alright, so here are the Beautiflies. We're going to get a... Wait, what happened?
That's Bidoof. That's Bidoof.
Yeah. I got very confused because I got bumped by it and then... Alright. It's level 22. So the strategy here is basically... There's a lot of weird stuff that happens here. So we go for the backstrike because we can get an unaware strike on it. And you can basically, unaware Pokemon, you can usually get either 1 or 2 moves off before they can do any damage. You also see me sort of walk away from the battle. And that is because when... Sometimes they'll get more than 1 attack off. And if they do that, I need to get far enough away from the battle to leave on their turn.
Which is difficult. Like you gotta time it just right.
Yeah, on that first one it was level 22, and etiquette was like level 8 or 9. So because he had a fast Cyndaquil,
Speed nature. You were
Yeah.
very fast Cyndaquil.
yeah, that was the only reason he got the third quick attack on Molo so early. So it's kind of able to be the last one.
But you notice it, like, yeah, you had a level 8 Cyndaquil, and you were able to defeat that level 22 Beautifly by taking advantage of the backstrike mechanics. And pretty much every battle that we do, we will very much attempt to get the backstrike on them. In this case, it is required to get the backstrike.
And etiquette was using rock
go
moves.
first, and the opponent's Pokemon skips its first turn, and actually has a chance to skip 2 turns. And just like that, we have a bunch of evolutions. Like, we went from level 8 to 17, and all the little Wurmples that we caught at like level 3, those are already past level 10 and could evolve fully if we needed them to. And this way, it guarantees that we get this first chunk of research points finished. It's very consistent. There's not like, oh, I missed a bonus, so, you know, rip that. But yeah, you really want, like, Cyndaquil is finished already.
Yeah. With these Wurmples, we're going to be evolving... I'm going to evolve 3 of them, basically no matter what. We are hoping for 2... It's complete random. Do we get Silcoon or Cascoon? I'm hoping for 2 of one and 1 of the other. I got 2 Cascoons. That's a good option. But I would really like... I'd really like the next Wurmple I evolve to be a Silcoon. This is a situation if you're going for a PV, you either wouldn't evolve another one, or you might like toy with the idea, just for marathon, evolve another one.
What's also nice, and it's better to get 2 Cascoons than 2 Silcoons, is that like Silcoon has a decent chance to spawn later in the area, so you could always just catch one in the wild to get its research started. Whereas like if you switch the game to night, you can go for Cascoon. Like almost all the nighttime spawns have a chance to be populated by like a Zubat or a Drifloon, so it occupies a lot of the available slots.
So net time compared to the old route compared to now, this is slower because we're leaving the area in a later elapsed time. But we've already done like a minute and a half of evolutions that we're going to have to do anyway. Yeah. So that's really the benefit of this route is that if you take away the evolution time, we're technically like on par or faster.
Yeah, and we gain a lot of that time back very quickly. In fact, most people notice, both speedrunners and casually, is that the battle against Mai is like surprisingly tough. Like her Munchlax is a tank for what level it is. It's only level 10, but it's just like always took 3 or 4 shots, and she would almost always KO at least one of your Pokemon. I just remember that casually being like, oh my god, I'm getting obliterated by this Munchlax. Which was also part of the reason why we kind of strayed away from Cyndaquil, because that Munchlax has rollouts, and it's like, oh!
Oh, speaking of rollout, you may have been wondering why Etiquette chose to do rollout on the last turns of each of those last 2 Beautifly fights, when rollout misses and Ember's a guaranteed kill. Beautifly specifically has a task for being defeated by Rock-type moves. And by doing 2 defeats with Rock-type moves, we are now guaranteed that Beautifly is finished once we obtain 2 during the day.
Yep, and ideally I evolve 1 into Beautifly. Like the best way to do it is get 2 Silcoons, evolve 1, and then catch another Beautifly. But I mean, we'll see how it goes. Like I said, I've got another Wurmple in my party to evolve, but if I get triple Cascoon, I'm just sort of I'll still be trying to finish Beautifly, but I won't be trying to finish Silcoon in that case.
Yeah, it's very weird because the route has kind of just developed into, or at least it was before this part, when we were still using Oshawott. It was like, all right, we're finishing Dustox, and then we're finishing like one of the other two Cocoons. It's weird that you don't finish Wurmple, Cascoon, Dustox, or Wurmple, Silcoon, Beautifly. Like it can just vary because you can just catch the Dustox or Beautifly straight up later.
Yeah, so we now have rank 1. Like T-Pat mentioned, we basically the ranks are how they gate progression in the game. You need rank 2 in order to make it to area 2, rank 3 in order to get to area 3. And so rank 1 is sort of like the tutorial-y kind of stuff. Yeah. Couldn't remember which fight I was on. And so really none of the other, with the route we use, none of the other ranks are really all that difficult to get to.
We want to front load all those catches anyways.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of stuff like throughout. Like a good example is I've got Starly kind of half done. I already have Staravia started. I'm not going to finish Starly until the end of this first area. We're not going to finish Staravia until like basically in Coastlands. And so there's a lot of things that you just sort of like do throughout. And you get the bulk of your points for catching the Pokemon. So there's going to be a lot of front-loaded points. Usually you've got like between like 4,000 and 4,500 points leaving Area 2. And then leaving Area 3 is the big one where you're like, all right, how bad is my Area 4 going to be?
So we kind of glossed over it, but this Pikachu is kind of a nightmare.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, so we just kind of obliterated it in one Flame Wheel, but it has like Thunder Wave, it has Quick Attack to get like 10 moves at once. Like it's a bit to deal with, but now it's just that's probably like one of the biggest time saves of the juicing. That's what I'm calling that new strat. Is that we just one-turn Pikachu, where otherwise we'd have to have like a quick attack battle with our Shinx versus the Pikachu, and just try to move cheese it first before it does it to us. So a lot of the time we're saving back his battles.
And there's not even all that many battles in this game, and half of them we don't even have to win. Apparently, like if you're fighting somebody that is considered like an ally, you are allowed to lose. So you will see us lose quite a few battles, but there are a few that are very required to win.
Yeah, so there's 3 battles, I believe, in the game, maybe 4 that you're allowed to lose.
Hey, actually, really quick, I have a couple donations. Would you guys mind if I read some off?
Go for it.
Okay. So, first of all, we had 2 donations that were fixing the decimal for May, because she said it kind of broke the layout for a second. We had one from Casanova. It was $1.80, $1.80, and then also let me go ahead and check. There was one for $13.80, and it was ISO Snow. So thank you guys for that. We really appreciate it. And then also we had one from Zambi that had a it was $25, and it was a donate, and the comment was heartbroken for Amiibo when I found out what happened. I'm so happy to see the PSR diversity community come together to help a friend out. So again, if you guys want to be able to donate, I think, to be honest, I think we could probably get, if we can, get up to 700 by the end of this run. That would be great. Go ahead and get close to even halfway after the first day. That would be amazing. By no means are we even trying to even hit this goal. Like, it is our goal, but like, no means we're expecting it. So we'd really appreciate it if we could be able to get that. And but yeah, like maybe see if we could be able to get like 700 before the end of this run. We still got 3.5 hours, so we got plenty of time. And then also we could start doing, even if, especially if we wanted to, we could start doing Pokedex donations as well if you guys want to. So it just let me know. It's always a good time to do Pokedex donations. So
always a good time.
So, all right.
Those shinks were
Etiquette.
mean to you.
Yeah, Etiquette had
Yeah, they were.
completely rotten luck, completely like all the way down the ramp. Like all the BDs broke out, the Starlies were not nice, and the Shinxes were not nice.
I got one Bidoof.
Oh, that's good. That's a start.
That's something.
So part of the reason the battles are much faster is T-Pat mentioned earlier that this game has no option to turn off move animations. Some of the move animations are very, very long, and every turn takes about 13 seconds. So as many turns as you're able to reduce, it will save you a surprising amount of time.
My fight used to be so bad with the old strat because we were just pretty much on par with its Munchlax's level, and the strat was just like use your first Pokemon to like finish some moves, whether it's like Shinx Bite or like
use
Weasel's
Aqua Jet.
Yeah.
Use Weasel Aqua Jet 4 times to get it down to 2/3 health.
Yeah, and then it would kill you, and if really unlucky, if you got like crit again, like that Munchlax could KO 2 of your Pokemon. And then it was really bad if you like led Ponyta and it just started using rollout, and you're like, uh-oh, I'm in danger.
Yeah, the way this route's been described is it's about as good as the best case scenario on the old route, and that's really, really true.
Here's these finicky Kricketots that have the ellipses, but those are technically unspotted catches. If they get in...
There's plenty of opportunities for Kricketot later, luckily, but this is really, really unlucky. Just throughout the whole area as a whole so far.
Yeah.
Not just in this area. There's a lot of Cricketots in the next area as well.
Yeah, Kricketot's one of those Pokemon, it's like, if you ever end up too short, you can just pretty much bank on it. Anyway, I don't know how you still saw me. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, so he's catching. He's going to try to catch a Geodude here. I'm not sure if you're going for the Geodude plus Graveler finish, or if you're just trying to get extra points.
Nah, it's just extra points, but it's not going to let me, and that's fine.
Yeah, every Pokemon has a research task for one caught, and it always is 20 points. So if you catch 10 random Pokemon, that's essentially like finishing finishing one whole Pokemon. So definitely can add up really quickly.
I have not had very good luck with those Geodudes yet.
I can usually get the one right at the front. At least
they're very angry
have
Pokemon.
A chance at it, but
yeah, Geodude's one of the newer strats, and I found that like one of the research goals is to watch it jump out of a ore deposit, which is kind of neat. Mm-hmm. I at least find that like if you're doing the ore deposit automatically initiates battle, I can just chuck a Pokeball at it, and I've had pretty good luck with that so far.
Yeah, it's only really good for the first 3 days of this area, or first 3 days since we've got our uniform. The 4th day is when we unlock our faster movement option, and at that point it becomes a little bit less optimal because you could be using that faster movement option, but instead you're having to walk away.
Yeah, so this is an alpha Pokemon. In general, we try to avoid alpha Pokemon as much as possible. They are stronger. They can sometimes have like different moves and stuff, but they are a lot harder to catch. Ideally, we will be catching one, but it won't be for a very long time. So.
Love this game actually does full-on memes, just but in alpha form.
If you run catch 'em all, you'll be catching several alpha Pokemon.
Yeah,
so double digits.
And you'll also see me I use an Agile Ember and then a Strong Ember. Ember probably kills there, but Quilava specifically has a task for using Strong style moves and Agile style moves. So we're actually gonna have Quilava complete by the time we exit Fieldlands, and then it'll just be boxed for the rest of the run, which is really cool.
Yeah, I think it's complete now.
Yeah, so tasks don't have to be like exclusively done one certain way. Like you don't just get the Agile points for using Agile Ember. You get the Agile points and the Ember points from doing Agile Ember. So essentially every one of those Embers, as long as it was hitting a new threshold, was essentially 30 points. where there's not that many things you can build up that many points that quickly with. So it was basically a 60-point fight we just saw.
I also think it's really
70
funny that
points
Oh yeah, Cricketune kill you.
a lot of the Pokemon that have like transcribed like cries just doesn't match what they say, but I love that Cricketune is very much whoop.
Yep.
So for those trying to keep up and you want to kind of measure our progress with where we need to be, we need to have 1,800 points to leave this area.
Yeah, we're going to see our points right here. I'm actually going to... So usually I have a pretty good idea of where I'm at with stuff, so I don't have to go through my decks too much. There are some moments where I will. I'm going to go through this one, though. Specifically, I want to see the Kricketot points and just make sure I know exactly where I'm at. Okay.
You generally want to rank up as fast as possible because, as far as I'm aware, from anecdotal evidence from people and looking through PK Hex myself for this game, I believe strongly that the higher rank you are, the better your catch rate is on Pokemon.
Yes. I believe it 100%, even if I never see proof.
Yeah, and some things later on can just have like abysmal catch rates, so you just want every advantage you can get in the game. But sometimes you just don't get the points there, and it's not like the end of the world. Like, we'll still be able to catch things right now. But it is possible to be done by the time you get to this day. Very, very hard, but it is possible to be at 1,800 points today. But we'll probably hit at the end of this next day.
Yeah, usually do. Unless I don't see a Kricketot and don't get Psyduck or anything.
Yeah.
Just weirdly observation here. Did you not finish Cyndaquil for some weird reason?
No, there's no way I wouldn't have. I don't think it'd be possible for me not.
Oh,
to.
it's the Shinx that isn't finished yet.
Yeah.
So you probably just need I'm
Heart dropped.
I'm keeping track on the side. I was just like, how do you only have 2 completed dex entries right now?
Wait, I had 2 completed? I thought I only had 1.
You had 2. It was looks like it's Cyndaquil and Quilava, and that's it.
Okay. I'll still be getting more points on Quilava, so that's why I didn't. Like, it's points I'm going to be getting anyways.
And
my best friend since I started running this game has been OBS Studios replay buffer feature. I quickly switched to the view of the Pokedex where you can see exactly the checkboxes of what you've done, and I scroll through them all very quickly and then make a replay so I can kind of scroll through it frame by frame while I'm in cutscenes.
That's pretty awesome.
That's pretty smart. Because I still take the time, like, if I'm unsure if my marking is a little off, I like to take the time to just open up the Pokedex and just see where I'm at really quickly. Which is a good thing to do for anybody that's learning the game, is to just take it a little slower just to make sure you're not messing up somewhere. So I still feel the value of open up that Pokedex just to make sure, like in this case, like I was kind of tracking along and I thought you had 4 things done, and I was like, wait, you only have 2. What am I missing? You know, and in this case, like it looks like your Shinx still needs like another quick attack. And then you didn't. Yeah. You noted that you were looking at Kricketot specifically, and that was the other one. Yeah,
technically it's going to be faster if you just mash B, but the moment the Pokedex comes up. But like, you know, when you get to the top level of this game, I can hear myself. Oh jeez, I can hear myself still.
Good old mix minus. You know that's a form of speech jamming. Us in the news business.
Yeah, it made me stop talking
so much.
Jammed my speech right there.
It literally happens in news where we're wearing our earpieces, and then it's just like, oh, we can hear ourselves talking, but like on a 3-second delay, and then now I can't talk anymore.
It actually. Oh yeah, I was gonna say at the top level of this game, you know, obviously you're gonna want to just mash B and get the Pokedex closed as soon as possible. But I don't care. I think the 10 seconds it takes to just hold down and scroll through everything like as fast as possible, and then have that information available to you to make better decisions and make more precise decisions is always going to be more worth it than the 10 seconds or whatever it saves to just instantly close it. Yeah, it's coming from the Corvin May stream user.
Oh,
Monk S.
Yeah, and another thing that we haven't actually touched on, but I've been doing throughout this entire thing, is resource gathering. So this game has a weird crafting system. You can basically craft Pokeballs, you can craft better kinds of Pokeballs, and a few other different kinds of items. And so you'll see me getting apricorn trees, ore, which are like the red and black stones on the ground. You also see me getting like what's it called? The like berry trees, specifically in the first area. After the first area, you'll rarely see me get a berry tree. And most of those are for actual like crafting. Berries are for feeding. We will have an ability to buy berries later, but we just don't unlock that until after Area 1.
There are some berries that are not for feeding.
There are some berries that are not for feeding. We will not be feeding any Hopo berries to anything.
That's been a recent development as well. This game hasn't had very much marathon representation yet, but
Right.
you know the routes are just moving so quick that even Stealth Spray is still relatively new. And that's weird to think about.
Love that Stealth Spray when we get them is like the perfect speedrunning tool because it's actually a time-based item and not like a duration-based like repels. So speedrunners get the most use out of the Stealth Sprays.
I don't know why that moving down that cliff has always been just the coolest thing to me in this game.
There is fall damage, so
yeah, that's why I was like hugging the cliffside. I was hugging the cliffside both for fall damage and because oh, good.
You need a Tot Unseen or not?
No, I just need a caught on Kricketot.
Well, I might have to wait until day 4. that one's kind of gone.
oh yeah, that one.
Packed the stuff and left. This area's not safe for any longer.
All right, I need like every Bidoof in the city. They all broke out earlier.
That one looked like a chonker, the one on the left.
It did, but I bet it's not. Oh, it is heavy.
Good. Yeah, one of the RNG items we need for Bidoof is we need to catch 6, have a male and female, I believe, and one of them needs to be what's considered a heavy specimen. And if we don't get that in 6, then we
or
have to
as a
defeat
backup,
one.
you need to defeat one. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
I don't even know the best way to defeat one. I just try to avoid it at all costs. I'll catch 12 before I try to defeat one. There's just so much uncertainty with it.
Also, since it wasn't mentioned just then, you did throw a Pokeball at that Alpha Barrel.
Yes, I did.
I've caught it once. I've caught it once in a run.
I have
possible.
not caught it yet. It is possible to catch. It is extremely unlikely. The only reason we like to throw a Pokeball at it is that while it's physically in the ball attempting to be caught, it cannot do what I call like the Alpha Roar. Because when an Alpha Pokemon sees you, it like shouts out at you and can knock you down, and that's just slow. We don't want to do that.
Eddaket got the Silcoon he's looking for, so that's really, really good.
Yeah.
Now he can just catch one in the forest. Ideally, one shows up, and he catches it here, and then Silcoon's actually done.
Yep.
Because, okay, so the weird thing about this game that I didn't know for a while, even as a speedrunner, a Pokemon gets research points for evolution as long as that particular Pokemon has taken place in an evolution on either side. So for Starly into Staravia, Starly gets points for number evolved, and so does Staravia, even though you didn't evolve a Staravia. I don't know if it's an oversight or if it's just a mistranslation, but it's very, very valuable.
It is very valuable. Yeah,
it never gets patched.
Yeah, please. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, it counts if you evolve it or evolve into it, which is super nice.
All right.
There's no way it sees you, right?
This is one of my worst sections in the run. That was a good throw. There's another one.
Yeah, it gets a little hectic.
Good.
Nice Silcoon breakout from earlier as well.
The Silcoons probably have the worst catch rate in the forest of things that we're going for, so...
I usually try to backstrike them when I see them.
Finding their back.
Well, my strategy for that is that as you're running, like they will look at you, but they won't like aggro. So I'll run past them and then spin around and hit them in the back.
There's a problem with berries under trees. It just makes them not work for some reason.
Alright. Oh, that was only 3? I thought that was 4. Well, we'll do 4 here. And that will be it for... Should not have thrown that in the water. Sometimes they don't care about the water and they, like, basically drown. And other times they really want to.
Yeah, back where we were before with the 2 side X of the Baneri with the tree incidents. Off of that left is a pool, and they will literally go all the way down in the water and drown themselves just to drink, or just to, well, basically to drink, but eat the berry as well.
I find that I get better luck feeding Pokemon by throwing the berries physically in the water. I don't know what it is about like them having a straight path or just wanting some moist food, I guess. I don't know.
The ecosystem's messed up here if they're willing to drown themselves for food. Like, I don't know what's going on.
I mean, it's shallow. Maybe they just... I mean,
no, they're fully submerged.
Psyducks don't have to wait 30 minutes before swimming after
Well, the
eating.
Psyducks are not my concern. It's the Baneri that are not water beings. I have no doubt the Psyducks are fine.
Yeah.
So with the new route, this is the one fight that's actually slower than it was before. Well,
we used to buy a Fire Fang and Ice Fang from Zisu, the really, really tall woman that confronted us after we beat Akari.
Yeah.
But now it's just objectively slower to get those, and they just have no purpose.
Yeah, Ice Fang was for this and for the Gibble on the second Volo fight, which we'll see how we deal with the Gibble later. And Fire Fang was for a few things. It was kind of like some later fights, like the Tangela and stuff.
Yeah, now we don't have Fire Fang, and now we have a scarier Tangela completion, unfortunately, just as a byproduct.
Alright. So we are done with
I wonder whose fault that is. Scary Tangela completions. Guys updating the routes. Every time I rewrite the notes, it's like, hey guys, new strats.
I blame the Japanese entirely. It's their fault. It's their fault for Sneasel. It's their fault for Beetaflies.
Do a little bit of...
It may seem unoptimal to just organize your box, but the faster you can get in and know where something you need out of the box is, the more time you'll save. Because you can easily just like have the box be a massive time sink for you. So it's definitely worth it in the long run.
Oh.
I haven't started learning box organization yet.
How far off were you?
10. It's a stupid Cricketune. Oh, Cricketot broke out.
Likely story.
Yeah, there's plenty of spots for Cricketot. And it's not that big of a deal. Ideally, I'm only catching one thing in this section, which is the Cricketot.
You'll also be evolving the Starly, right?
I'll be evolving Starly. I'll be getting extra points on Quilava. And I'm also
evolve
going
Bidoof?
I did not evolve Bidoof. Actually, yeah, I have to finish Bidoof. I think I need 2 more still. I need to catch 2 more. And I'm gonna defeat a Psyduck if I see one as well.
Yeah.
Wait, how do you finish Bidoof without an evolution if you're catching only 6?
Oh, yeah. I'm evolving, but I also have to catch 2.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking of, like, what do I have to get off my Weird Ear for?
Right, yeah, you never want to get off Weird Ear because it's a massive speed differential between Weird Ear and non-Weird Ear.
Yeah, but this is obviously the most important day. We call this day 4 because it's our 4th time in Obsidian Fieldlands.
Aside from the tutorial.
Right, aside from the first tutorial. And just kind of knowing all of your little goals that you have left over to take care of, I find very, very important.
Yeah, it's such a faster paced day than anything else. Literally just because you're moving faster.
Which is and you want to take care as much as possible on day 3, which you did. You did really good with the Psyducks and Baneris. I tend to not get as lucky.
Yeah, it was a really solid day 3. Weird Ear you're gonna see this image of the character on Weird Ear for the majority of the game. Yeah. Now that doesn't mean there's nothing else to it. It's Weird not just run this way, run that way. Weird Ear can actually take advantage of the weird punny, weird geometry of surfaces, like of walls and stuff, and just completely scale things that it has no business getting up.
Skyrim moment.
Yeah, there's actually a skip that we're gonna be able to do in the third area. Yes, it's the skip word. To skip a cutscene where we'd have to develop a camp and other things like that. It's really cool.
I'm still gonna take the kind of safer path down, just because there is fall damage, and you can just jump off that cliff and die.
Please don't die. I like having you around.
Luckily, we have 2 cricket pots. We have a second chance if the first one doesn't get in, but it did.
Hey, they both got in. I'm just gonna do this for extra points if I can. Actually, we're revolving Bidoof. That's really not extra points.
Yeah, because the next tier for the barrel catches is 3 catches, but it is a lot of experience. So.
And then...
Oh, it's a lot of money as well. Shady was talking to me, another top runner of the game. And apparently the different Pokemon species that you catch have different money payouts for at the end of the day.
No! I don't want to fight the Neri. Oh my god. It didn't, like, turn all the way around on me.
Oh.
Right, it ran away on me.
No, you were supposed to talk it out of drowning itself.
And I can't bring you further in. I wasn't unaware. Oh my god, I hate this.
Yeah, sometimes the back strikes are a little finicky. Preferably you do this kill on day 3 while you're still
How was that not a backstrike?
Alright.
But yeah, now technically you don't need Luxio anymore, but I think it's gonna keep it because Luxio skip is, or Luxray skip is kind of new and completely experimental.
So I'm gonna be evolving this Bidoof, obviously. Ideally, you evolve it at level 15 and not level 16 or higher. And the reason for that is it will already have Water Pulse as a move, and we need that for later on. So
I'm literally gonna write that in my notes right now because that burned me on my last run.
I
didn't have
my
Water
practice
Pulse. I'm
file
like,
doesn't
whoops.
have it taught, and so I keep like getting Ursaluna and not having it. I'm like, this is incompatible time.
Oh, Psyduck is completely done, by the way. I don't think we mentioned
I have
that.
There's also a nice little weird mechanic of this game where if a Pokemon can learn a move and there's an empty slot for it, it will automatically learn the move. But also, and we did this in the old route when we bought Fire Fang and Ice Fang for Shinx, you can teach that over any move slot and still leave empty slots open.
Yeah.
Which is kind of that's a nice little neat mechanic. It's just like, yeah, I only really need, 3 moves taught right now, and in that case, Thunderfang would be learned naturally, instead of having to go into that menu and saying, hey, learn this move now. So that's why it's optimal to evolve Bidoof at level 15, because then it will naturally learn that move in that open slot.
Yeah, Shady says that teaching moves takes 10 seconds, and that sounds about right. There's a couple more instances later in the run we're going to be going into them and need to teach a move, specifically when Luxio evolves into Luxray. We're going to be teaching it Crunch, and then we're going to be teaching Brave Bird to Staravia/Staraptor, whichever you do.
Yeah.
Okay, I do have the teach Water Pulse in my notes, but since day 3, day 4 are very helter-skelter, it gets a little crazy.
I was going to say something similar.
All right, so this is the first
Ooh, noble battles, yes,
of the run. This is one of my worst ones. Hopefully you'll see better gameplay on the third one. But this basically isn't Pokemon. This is insert other game here.
Yeah, this is the action style that kind of defines Legends Arceus. Like some of these noble fights have very intricate strategies on how to complete them fast as possible. I think this one's kind of basic because it's just kind of running the motions over and over again. But something like Electrode has a lot of nuance to it. Arcanine.
Yeah, this
spoiler,
this
thing
cleaver
for
has
you.
2 moves. It has charge at you and then make this like area wind slash.
Charge at
circle.
you is my favorite move name.
Yeah, charge at you. Tell me I'm wrong.
Not
Exactly the move name for it. So you just roll dodge to avoid it. What Etiquette tried to do there is that if you like stand right next to that weird like protruding rock shape, there's a certain angle where you don't have to dodge and the cleaver will bump into the rock before it hits you, which is kind of nice. But you missed it. But it's okay.
so-
That's not very difficult.
The other thing to keep in mind about that fight is for the phase where he spins, makes a whirlwind. If you're too far away, he will opt to dash at you again instead, and that's kind of slow because you have to dodge out of the way because you're not next to the rock next to him if you're too far away.
Yeah.
Nice
and
job,
then-
by the way.
Well, thank you.
No.
Another small optimization is so this is actually happens on all of the noble fights. Once you get it below half health, the next time it's like appropriate in the move cycles or whatever, the noble will sort of roar at the sky, and during that time it's invincible. So what we do is we aim up at the sky, so it takes longer for the bombs to come down and hit him. And if we do it right, we can sort of like double or triple up on
On a hit.
bombs hitting him when the invincibility wears off. So you'll see me do that on pretty much all of the noble fights. Just like aim straight up at the sky. Looks like I'm doing nothing, but they'll be delayed just enough that when they come down, they hit.
Basically making up for the DPS we lost during the invincibility.
Exactly. All right. So I need this Shinx. Bring it over here.
And we're actually going to be saying goodbye to our starter, which is probably the biggest, the most bold thing about this route. Because before with Oshawott, we generally kept Duat slash Samurott for a while. Samurott used to be throughout the whole run. And then we were like, oh, we don't need Samurott, so we'll keep Duat until Coronet. And now it's like, we don't even need Cyndaquil we don't need Quilava past the first area. So
Yeah.
that's the last we're going to see of Quilava.
I feel like that is kind of a newer thing in a lot of the Pokemon games, is that I don't know, I just feel like we ditched the starters pretty quickly now. Like BDSP just uses Kaza. There's even a Scyther alt main route, and yeah, I just feel like there's a lot more games that are just like, yeah, you don't need the starter.
Oh, I don't think this has been brought up yet, but just generally with this game's battle system, you notice that we're not, as opposed to other Pokemon games, nothing wrong with the other Pokemon games and their routes, but we're not just using one Pokemon to just mow down the entire game, because we can't. The battle system actually rewards you having a full team of Pokemon to do these fights with, and plus, even if you didn't have a full team with you, you would catch things that would fill up your party with junk. So
Yeah,
it just makes more sense to have a full party.
Thankfully, unlike say Let's Go, where each level up is like a jingle in 2 seconds, all of the experience is just immediate and happens at the same time.
Oh yeah, it's
So-
quiet in the background as you're still doing stuff. It's great.
Yeah, so you're not losing any time by having a full party, which I think is very unique for a Pokemon game. And yeah,
the only
we're
other game
just
that's like, I was gonna say the only other game that's similar is BDSP, and that's literally only because we have music turned off, which skips the jingle.
yeah. But the main thing that in terms of battle mechanics that's different, that we don't take advantage of because we can't, is that there isn't really an X item equivalent in this game.
There is an Ox power, but it's very hard to craft.
Yeah, and the other mechanic is, and we haven't seen it yet because all of our opponents haven't had more than one Pokemon yet, is that instead of defeating a Pokemon, your opponent sends out the next one, and then whoever has the higher speed goes first again. In this case, when you defeat a Pokemon, your opponent almost always gets the next turn. So there's going to be a lot of cases where we'll defeat their Pokemon. They'll send in the thing that's super effective against us and then kill us. So we'll send out the next thing that's super effective against them and kill them, and so on and so forth until we win. So there will be a lot of fights where it's like, if they have 4 Pokemon, they'll defeat 3 of ours, but we'll defeat 4 of theirs.
Yeah, so to use D&D terminology, like basically the new Pokemon that comes in kind of assumes that previous Pokemon's initiative.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
So it'll start its own speed, initiative phases from there, but it'll use that number that the previous dead Pokemon was at.
And there's a way to kind of cheat that a little bit. Like if you have a really fast Pokemon and you agile style kill something, you might still get the next turn when it
speaking
comes
of that
in.
Quest, that Etiquette just took Eerie Apparitions in the Night. There is another item you can use to increase your attacks. It's the twice spiced radishes that you get from this quest. All you need is all 108 Spiritomb Wisps.
Why don't we do that then?
The wisps are like on the way, so there's really no reason that we can't.
Do you actually use that in Hundo?
I do, because you do the quest anyway. I use it for the Volo fight. The final.
That's
Volo
really
fight.
smart because that is in fact a Volo fight that exists.
I think it's a
in this
permanent
game.
buff as well until you get switch out.
That's really cool. I like that. That's.
So Etiquette's gonna be buying 12 Bugworts and 4 Hopa Berries, I think.
11 because I already picked up 2.
Yeah. And then 4 Hopa Berries. These are the crafting components for the Stealth Spray item. It will give you 1 minute, I believe, of time where you cannot be heard. You can still be seen, so you have to be careful, but you cannot be heard. Like, Pokemon can't turn and look at you.
Unless you're Josh, the 4th gen gamer, and you just walk in front of a Ghastly, and it just is just chilling there.
That was a day.
That was a day.
But generally, it makes obtaining some Pokemon so much easier.
Yeah, there's basically they could see you or they could hear you, and it eliminates they can hear you. So
yeah, the alternative is having to sneak up slowly to them, and not ruffle their feathers at all, and then catch them from behind. But now you basically do that without the sneaking part.
You can literally run with the Stealth Spray up, and nothing will hear you.
It's insanely broken. But yeah, this is the first fight that we're able to lose. Actually, I think you could lose against the Pikachu too, but it's not optimal at all.
No.
This fight,
yeah, especially when you can just one hit KO it.
Yeah, I don't think Etiquette is done with Shinx yet. He'll need to see 3 quick attacks here between this and the next fight, but we're not getting any here. There's one more fight where he can get his quick attacks, but if he doesn't, he'll have to evolve this Shinx, I think, if he wants to finish it.
I can... Yeah. What I might do is I might take it with me to Arena fight in Coastlands.
Yeah, I was gonna say Firesmith Island. You could probably get enough EXP that way.
Yeah, hopefully Togepi gives you your 2 quick attacks then.
Yeah. If I get only 1 here, I'll probably just evolve.
Yeah, like the Starly that Etiquette evolved in the previous area, it started at like level 2 or 3, and it was level 14 by the end of that day we were in there. And that's the first area. So you can imagine how fast it is to evolve a Shinx anywhere else in the game, like in the future. Like the experience is just
I'm still doing the thing where like I have one that's ready to evolve. I'm just not gonna click evolve unless I need to.
Oh, you already had one trained up?
Yeah, I basically had one with me throughout most of Fieldlands.
I didn't notice.
Oh yeah, I noticed. It was when you swapped in your 3rd Wurmple.
Yep.
Or you could be like me and just not catch the tutorial Shanks and have it use Quick Attack 3 times on you.
So these caster ferns he's picking up are crafting components for another item later on that we'll talk about when we get there.
That we may or may not use. We will see how it goes.
I'm still getting used to using them.
Me too.
They're the little...
So, of all the new things in the route, that's definitely the newest.
All right, so we kept the Shinx with us. This is one of the newer things as well. Is you can actually there's a fight here against Volo. We can die against this one as well. This is part of the reason why we don't need Ice Fang anymore, because the Gibble on this fight we don't even see.
Yeah, so Tippy, a Catchmall runner, she would come in here and just lose this fight, and I was looking at that and I'm like, why don't we do that neighbors?
Especially like our party's already
Why don't
set
we?
up.
So now we do. That's the entire story.
I love that we're actually like faster than this at the start.
I think there's a chance you cannot be, like if you're minus speed or something, but generally you are. Alright, good. You're getting 2.
2 quick attacks, so I'll try to get my last one on Rita.
I think that was probably the best outcome of these 2 fights, because the Mime Jr. can just stall and just do absolutely
sit there,
nothing.
keep missing, and
Iron Defense and all that nonsense. Switch out to Pikachu for some reason, like it can't handle the level 3 Shinx. Needs some reinforcements.
Yeah, so this is Mirelins. Mirelins is both my least favorite and the one I'm the worst at area.
What a combination.
It's the hardest area in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you have to do, and a lot of stuff that can go wrong, and it's just a lot. So first thing we're going to do is mess up a crouch cancel, and then we're going to go to night.
Very important to mess up the crouch cancel. Something we haven't talked about with the warping yet, you cannot warp if you're being targeted by an enemy, and that may come up here.
Thanks, Paris.
Thanks, Paris. Yeah, so we're gonna go after we catch these Ghastlies and craft all our stuff. We're gonna go fight our first battle of the Misfortunes. And there's a chance, like, there's some aggro, very very aggro Pokemon on the way to that fight. That
Thanks,
can aggro
Paris.
you. Thanks, Paris. And aggro persists through battles and cutscenes and everything. It persists is the word.
Yeah.
So there's a chance that after the fight, Eddaket won't be able to warp. He'll have to wait for the aggro to go away.
Helga, remind me, I have to ask you something with the Geodude instead of Ghastly Strat. When I was doing Geodudes, I had no opportunity to change the game to nighttime and evolve Cascoon. Is there a good opportunity to do that?
Your time to evolve Cascoon is during the Spiritomb section.
So I have to keep it on me as at the end of day 4 instead of Shanks.
So basically, when you leave Obsidian Fieldlands and you're getting into that Spiritomb section and she wants you to go get the Wisp, you evolve before you get to the bridge, and then you go talk to the pasture lady that's right there. And you swap out your
Oh, that's really neat. Okay. Cool. I did mean to ask you that.
Or are you not doing Ghastly?
I'm doing Ghastly. I have a weird way to do Mirelins.
Okay.
I basically warp back after this and do Ghastly on the way to Kabbalah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
This is Coin. She has a Toxicroak, and the move that Toxicroak always uses against Staravia here is very, very important. I think Toxicroak's attacking moveset is Venoshock Mud Bomb, so it cannot use Mud Bomb, so it's going to use Venoshock. Coincidentally, Venoshock is a double research point move for it to be used, and as long as you see the move used, you don't have to use it yourself. If you've seen a Toxicroak use this move in battle, you have that research. And in the final area, or the second to last area of the game, we're going to try to do Toxicroak. And that's one
Take advantage of that.
Take advantage of seeing the Venoshock here.
The advantage, and if you've played the game casually, like, you know that if you're smart, you know that you can get opponents to use the move on you, which means if you're trying to do Magikarp's 100 splashes, you just send out your Magikarp against a wild Magikarp and get 80 splashes seen in one battle. And yes, that counts, so it makes sense that we would take advantage of that.
Things like that are leading me to not ever do a shiny charm speeder. I don't know.
It honestly, well, I mean, I don't want to say it doesn't take a long time, but it's faster than what some other people are thinking. I remember seeing this article online.
Yeah, there was a
like,
news article.
Wow,
like, it's too hard.
This is super hard. You're gonna have to use so many potions to keep your Magikarp alive, and it's like, just send it out against another Magikarp, like, easy.
So, the reason he's deliberately evolving it at night is that Dustox has a task for being caught at night, which basically means being obtained at night. So that's why you can't evolve during the day. But the points, the research points on Dustox and Beautifly are kind of tight. Like, it's exactly 10 ranks, so you need to make sure you don't mess anything up with them. And as you can see, the Ghastly's clueless. They do turn kind of frequently, which is really distressing.
Oh. And there's no way you saw me. Alright, whatever.
Yeah, they're shooting.
To this one. That one's still on me.
Oh.
Unlucky was not. Maybe
that was really unlucky.
Alright, listen. You're gonna be fine. I just need to catch my bearings.
Just avoid the most embarrassing 10-second time loss of all time in a video game.
Oh, I had that last time.
You just have to sit there and watch yourself drown. Alright. Yeah, Ghastly can still be a troll. Like, imagine this is bad for Stealth Spray. Imagine how it is without Stealth Spray. You can stun it. How many stuns do you have?
4.
If you want to stun it, you can.
Wow, these Ghastly are being
low numbers.
They're being mean to you today.
I just catch this the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, I think
my Stealth Spray to off. Oh my god, I got him first of all. Alright.
Crisis averted.
Ish.
And then Carnivine has a task for being stunned using items, which you can do with spoiled apricorns, mud balls, or sticky globs.
Also, real fun mechanic. It's very subtle. But when you are catching a Pokemon and the Pokeball shakes, if it shakes if it just like does a one hop, it is guaranteed to be caught.
Specifically, if it does a little bounce very low to the ground.
Yeah, it just does like the one hop versus the 3 where it goes doink 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 and bounces higher. That only has like a chance. But yeah, so there's actually moments where Eddaket's watching the Pokeball shake, and if it does the short hop, he's like, good, it's caught, and he's gone. He doesn't have to worry about it breaking out and trying to like throw another ball at it.
I'm pretty sure it's a guarantee. Like, I don't think it.
I've
Never seen it not. Yeah.
I don't think it's like 99.99 or something like that where it can fail. I've never ever seen it fail.
Gen 1 ball breakout.
Imagine.
Imagine playing Gen 1.
I can't. So we're gonna be sending you back to morning. There's a lot of spawns you want to take advantage of that have a better chance to show up in the morning. You can still technically do everything you want to do at night for the most part. But you're gonna have some Haunters and Ghastlies and Zubats mixed in with all your slots, and it's not very good.
Yeah, it's not fun at all.
So this was my contribution to the route. One of the main things that I myself like put in.
I love
these
this portion.
Krickettoons are level 40 for no good reason.
Yeah, it's like the Beautiful Eyes that are level 20, except these are 40.
Unfortunately, that raspberry tree was shaking. You had to harvest those berries.
I hate it when that raspberry tree's shaking and it's like 50% of the time.
Oh, did they all see me?
I think, yep, this one saw you.
Wow, nicely done.
Easy enough.
That was fast. Holy moly. And like they're not like a whole lot. It's not like a gross amount of experience, but it is very beneficial to get.
It's efficient experience.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
Because like they're Krickettoons, they're easy to catch because they're Krickettoon, but they're level 40, so they have that, you know, enhanced catch EXP from being the level that they are, despite what the Pokemon that they are.
Yeah, we're not going from like level 8 to 18. But we're getting like 1 or 2 levels on most of our Pokemon, and for the Dustox, that's going to be really important in a little bit. Because if you don't get them, you probably don't hit level 20 on Dustox.
Yeah, it's not just for experience though. Cricketot's bonus research task is caught without being spotted, which Stealth Spray is phenomenal for.
It really is. Nice job getting Alpha shouted.
Yeah.
No, we just had to showcase the mechanic for everybody.
Are we barboaching the dream? Oh,
no.
No.
I probably should have, but
Barboach is it's a divisive issue. I think I'm pro Barboach though.
I need to learn this movement. I don't know it very well.
All right. That one's a little sketchy, but
this is my least favorite part of the run. The Hippotas are
recently what we've been doing for this is feed 2, catch 1, and then you finish it in Coronet with those hippos next to the Hippowdon. You just catch 2 more there with leading balls, and it works a lot better.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. What we're doing here is we're trying to feed 6, catch 1, maybe feed 4, catch 3.
So I do feed 4, catch 2 unspotted.
Etiquette, did you teach
bad.
Hunter?
The problem with the
the
problem with the Hippotas is that if one sees you, they all see you. They have the herd mentality. So one aggro's They all do, and it's like, oh,
Yeah, we saw that with the Teddy
this
Ursas in the
sucks.
Ursa Ring. They have like some family nonsense going on.
Pretty sure I did teach it. Which is
You were-
fine, 'cause I'm just gonna get killed by Slash turn 1.
And you were only level 19
Easy
anyways.
race. Easy.
So the way we finish Dustox is by using a strong style poison powder, which is worth 30 research points.
Oh, you couldn't even use strong anyway.
Yeah, but since we're only level 19 instead of 20, you haven't technically mastered poison powder, so you wouldn't get the strong style off.
As a backup for this, what you could do is, or just for the audience, what you could do is use a strong poison powder on a wild Pokemon while you're walking away.
And you got crit turn 1 anyway. I always feel I just get slash crit on the Dustox, and it sucks.
This is Ursaluna, by the way. This is what I was talking about early on that kind of determined what was okay to run and what's not okay to run. You can lose a lot of time here and just lose the fight outright. This thing's a monster.
The nice advantage with, if you would have done it, using poison powder is that after every Ursaluna turn, it will take that chip damage, which really adds up. It makes the fight guaranteed, like, winnable. But this gets a little bit scarier. But yeah, we added Babarrel to the party for this specifically, because Water Pulse is a nice move, because Ursaluna's ground type now. Gain the ground type on evolution.
Ground.
I'm
A lot
sure
of
I
Pokemon.
know strongs that probably aren't necessary, but whatever.
I think it was. I don't think strong straight up would have killed it. It has a massive defense stat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I need to
scary,
use...
scary Pokemon.
I basically need... So I got the strong style move off. I just need to use a poison powder. And I can just use that on anything.
You could use it on one of the Hippotas if you want to, because they
The
won't
awkward
run
thing is
away.
I do still have to... I have to actually teach it still. Which is,
Yeah, you teach it like right now, and then catch your Teddy Ursas, then use it on like the third one or whatever one doesn't get in.
I'd have to revive. I can revive, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like this run, like, despite your best efforts, will always result in some variance.
Yep.
Like if you don't catch enough Crickettoons, which I think you only caught 2 up there in the high level area. If you don't catch the Teddy Ursas up there in the high level area, if the Alpha Pachirisu gets angry, you have to always have a backup plan. That's what makes this game really, really interesting, and what separates, like the elite runs from, like, somebody that's still trying to figure out things about the game.
I'm right here, Hulk. You can just you
That's
can
what separates.
you can just say it to me.
But yeah, I think it's a lot to take in at first with this game. It really is. But once you know what you're doing, it's really, really fun. It's just a lot to learn. Understand.
Yeah, it is a very fun run, and like I consider myself kind of in the intermediate level, because my best time's in like the low 420s, and Hulk's sub 4 already, and Eddaket's top player
sub 4
too.
as well.
Yeah. But yeah, like it was very, like, I got frustrated pretty easily learning this game because there's so much to learn. Like every Pokemon has a different way to complete it. Like some are feed 4 catch 1, and some are feed 2 catch 3 but 2 in stealth, and like you just have to memorize everything. So it really will benefit you to like
so funny,
have
actually,
good
'cause
notes, memorize the route, and take it slow at first. Like don't feel bothered to check the decks just to make sure you have all your entries correct. Because once I started doing that, like I started being less frustrated, being like, oh, why am I 2 dex completions short of what I should? And now that I'm checking, I'm like less likely to fall behind in the early game.
Yeah, it's funny because Shady came with me to this game from PMD. Like, 'cause he was like, "This is the only main series run I'm like interested in running." And he's like, "How? Why does the route keep changing? Like, why is this why is this not a consistent strat?" I'm like, "Dude, you need to learn the decks. just shut up and learn the decks." And then he did, and he's like, "Oh, let me just change the whole game and innovate like 10 things in the route." So.
Yeah.
Like, but learning the decks is the best thing you can do for yourself when you're starting out in this game, or at least learning the things that would possibly pop up as completable.
Yeah, and Shady and Hulk and the routers of the game have done a great job making sure everything has good synergy in terms of party management, and when you have to use a move for dex completion, you're also getting points for defeating a Pokemon with that same move. So you're really doubling up on all these research points. And yeah, I just love that everything has synergy, and you've really worked out a lot of the bugs in terms of like party space was always like my biggest hurdle early on, and now I feel a lot more comfortable with how that route is.
Yeah, Shady is absolutely the party space scientist, and he's also the stealth spray like connoisseur. He also taught everybody about scatterbangs and how good they are. Like he's made tremendous strides in the route ever since he went pro, just for lack of better words.
The other thing I really like about this game, and it was almost to a fault, something I was doing, is basically everybody has their own sort of way of playing, and there is probably like what is the fastest way to play, but then there's also what is the fastest way for each individual person to play, which is really interesting. So like you will see, like I'm like over 10 minutes from record, but I'll have like a different way of playing than Hulk, who probably has a different way of playing than like Saiyan does, which is different than the way Shady plays, and like everyone has their own Pokemon that they like to go for, they don't like to go for. So
yeah, Chrysosaurus, who did the run for Face My Fears recently, he has like a 402 now, which is pretty impressive. He will not do Finneon. He absolutely refuses to do Finneon, and that's completely understandable and fair.
yeah.
That's just things like he doesn't see that as being the fastest thing for him to do, so he's specifically routed around it, which is interesting. Like there's just some Pokemon that are struggles for certain people that are not like objectively hard and struggling. I mean, there's things that people have commonalities in not liking.
Yeah.
But there's some things like for me, I can't do Duskull in Cobalt Coastlands. I really can't. So I try to avoid it if possible.
The last time I tried to go for Duskull, there was only one spawn, and I was like,
that's also the
"Oh."
problem with it.
But yeah, and then like you play the game enough, and by enough, I mean even a dozen attempts, and you'll get real familiar with the game very fast. You'll kind of know what nuances you like and don't like.
Oranberry, why are you not mining the ore?
I hit R instead of X. I was like, why is this not working?
What a slacker!
I was so confused for a second.
To finish my thought, I can't do Clefairy anymore.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry, Clefairy, I just cannot do that.
Never
anymore.
again, Clefairy Club.
Never again, Clefairy Club. I mean, when you feed it a raspberry and get a backstrike with a high-level ball, and it still pops out, and you're just like, why am I even bothering with this right now?
Oh, so these Tangulas, something interesting that can happen. If you end up having to kill the Carnivines that are a lot closer to these Tangulas, if you engage a battle while a Pokemon is loaded, when they see you, they will aggro. That's the only way these Tangulas can aggro, from my experience.
If you fight one of those close by Carnivine?
Yes.
So that's why
or
there's
or if they
so
break out of a
angry.
ball. I forgot to mention that.
Yeah.
Whatever. Just get into the damn ball.
That one you can eat?
No, it got scared off by the other one aggro.
I'll figure
only
out what
caught
my
two.
Tangela research is in finishing Cobalt.
I think you're rank 5 right now. I think you just need to catch one more, and then you can finish with Ancient Power Kill.
Yeah, and that almost always happens.
Yeah.
The ideal thing would have been 3 feed, 3 get in, to where you only need to kill the Tangela. So you don't have to rely on Ancient Power, but it's not too bad later on.
Yeah, that's one of the, I guess, like, personalities is, like, the Tangela are pretty docile right away, but if you fail to catch them, they pop out of the ball. They're just like, nope, I'm mad now.
Oh, we need to mention the greatest thing with this game and routing and understanding the game is Corvimay's Ranger tool. Corvimay is completely built an online database of all the Pokemon's research tasks, and you can literally just type in the Pokemon's name and you'll see everything that could possibly be done with it.
Which,
It's an absolute
A,
godsend.
incredible, and B, how long did you spend making this tool? Literally copying every single research task possibility?
Like, you know how hard it is to search anything about this game because you get all those clickbait news articles, like, of websites just trying to get, like, the hits on their websites? Like just to have
And
like
half of it
consistent
isn't
place.
even accurate.
Yeah, it's absolutely a treat to have somebody from our community completely just save the day and make life so easy and simple.
Also, Etiquette wasn't just swagging, getting off and on the the wide ear there. The height of that jump is just like a little bit too short. So if you jump off, you can land safely on the ground and get to the height of that ledge that you need to. It's very funky.
I think Weird Ear needs 50% of its base. Oh no. You can catch one in Cornet.
Yeah.
Need to go.
That one got in, so yeah, I'll just catch one in corner.
Okay. I think Weird Ear needs 50% of its base above a certain point to ascend an obstacle, where the player needs the same thing, but the player is a lot thinner. If that makes sense. I think that's why it works better.
Yeah.
To dismount and remount.
It's like Dawson skip, but for ledges.
Inconsistent.
What is this for some?
Yeah, the leaf piles are actually pretty likely to have spoiled apricorns in them. Which is kind of unfortunate.
So stun items, they are very important at this part of the game. You actually just saw Etiquette stun the Rhyhorns. You get research points for that, and it makes them catchable in case they're aggroing, which, I mean, that's expected. So Etiquette hit all of those leaf piles because those are the most likely things to drop either spoiled apricorns or balls of mud. And we want to farm quite a few. That's our best chance to do it right there. So
stun items are the one thing in this game that'll never be solved because there's no way to consistently farm them until post game. Spoiled apricorns and mud balls can be dropped from Pokemon. Spoiled apricorns can be in the leaf piles, can come from the apricorn trees. Sticky globs can come from the boxes in Cobalt Coastlands or be crafted very late in the game after you develop a store or something.
The sticky globs are so clutch. I always try to hit those loot boxes just in case.
Yeah, the sticky globs are basically the stun damage of a spoiled apricorn plus a mud ball.
Yeah, it's very good.
Literally the crafting components.
Also, this is Lilligant. This is actually my best. This is my best noble fight.
This is everyone's. I think everyone thinks this one's really hard and dumb, so that's really good.
This one's so easy for me. I could do this one damageless most times.
Oh, it's also the best Hisuian form free. Easily.
Well, I mean, yeah. Hold on, wait. I have the emote for this. There we go. Very good.
So pretty.
Her two attacks are high jump, kick, dive, and the little energy circle thing.
I think the reason I like this Hisuian's form so much is that it's just completely different from base Lilligant's. Base Lilligant's a hula dancer with the long skirt. This one's more of a ballerina dancer that has a much shorter skirt. It's just complete.
This Hisuian form was fantastic.
All right, my evolutions are in a weird position. I'll be fine.
Did the Ghastlies not get 25?
Didn't quite hit 24 or 25, so I just have to take it with me in the coastlands.
Yeah, that's the consequence of not getting enough Cricketoons, which, it's not anything he could have controlled. Sometimes they just don't get in the ball, and it's not worth hanging around for him.
All right. I don't want to know what my point count is. It's going to be low because of Rhyhorn and stuff, and
yeah.
being bad.
I'm a little.
You're already able to go to the next area, so that's at least good.
I don't have to worry about that. It's just.
And we probably won't have to worry about getting to Coronet Highlands after the next area. It's all about the 8,500 point range to get out of Coronet Highlands, because that's the last barrier to get through the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it's not a huge panic if you're a little low now because like you said, the Rhyhorns and the Tangalas are almost finished. And obviously that's a lot of points if you're one research point away, you're 110 research points away, so yeah.
I forgot what the button was. There we go.
So there is a way to get more backspace. Baggin, as we were talking about him earlier, will sell you more backspace, but it's not fast enough to be worth it.
And money's kind of useful in this run too.
Oh my god, I I messed with my turbo button. This is a turbo run, by the way. I didn't mention it.
People leave. No, I'm kidding. Now, turbo is I think really good for this game because the optimal way to mash the controller can really be damaging to your hands. I've actually gotten like nearly like tennis elbow from like the mashing position of this game.
Okay.
So turbo's an absolute godsend.
Yeah, 5 for Tangela, and I'm at 9 for Rhyhorn, so I just need to catch it, or I can just stun another one, but it's not like I have the stun items. All right, there we go.
Yeah, surely you should have like some mud balls or explode apricorns by Coronet, but by then they also take more stun items to stun. So
Yeah. Especially if I plan to do Golduck too, which I might or might not.
it's been so long since I've even been able to do Golduck. Like I've never had the stuns together to be able to do that.
Yeah.
It's so feast or famine with stun items. It's like, wow, I have none. Wow, I have 25.
Yeah, it's like a handful of Pokemon have like a 20% or something chance to drop one. So you could literally walk into Crimson Mirelands and have 12, or you can walk in and have 2 and just have no idea what, like how you're getting through it. Like I said, it's just the most insolvable part of the route. Like either you get the stuns or you don't, and there's nothing you can do about it. Well, actually, that's a lie. Near the start of Cobalt or Crimson Mirelands, before the coin fight, there's a ledge off to the left if you're going towards the campfire where there's an Alpha Raichu. Weirdier is able to climb that terrain if you do certain movement, and there are like 2 additional leaf piles up there. But again, all that is.
I need you to send me a video of that right now because I tried to do that and I was like, this ledge is 5 times taller than normal ledges. How do I get up there? And so
really,
then I wasted
really
my time
hard.
and I didn't do it.
It's really hard. I haven't found a quick way to get up there yet. That doesn't require you being a god gamer. Like, because I fall like 5 times trying to get up there once. It's stupid.
Hey, Etiquette, are there any glitches in this game?
Yes, but we don't do them. There is one main thing. So there's basically no sequence breaks in this game. This game is built in such a way that just sequence breaking doesn't really make sense. Unless we had a way to like just bypass the rank requirements, which would make it a kind of a boring run.
I remember I spent hours trying to incorporate speed glitch into Obsidian 1.
Yeah.
I posted so many videos.
Yep. There's one glitch that's like movement based where you have to take damage as you're sliding down a slope, and then you get super speed and you can run around really fast. It's pretty cool to mess around with, but there are some drawbacks of it. You can't like leave the ground at all, because if you do, you lose it. It's also not faster than Weirdier, so it's really only useful in the first area, the first like couple days, and even then it's you're just not running around enough without cutscene breaks.
And I don't even think the walking speed is that increased. You only get the full benefit of it when you try running, but at that point you're still under the effects of normal stamina, so you have to stop running at certain points. There's also a thing, a kind of sequence break. In the beginning when we were catching Cyndaquil, Rowlet, and Oshawott, it is possible to bypass the professor's initial cutscene there and go into Jubilife Village, but nobody will talk to you. So.
Oh yeah, I'm dumb.
But yeah, from there everything else is pretty locked behind the
Could you tell
the
me?
stars in the progression.
I was fine on money items. I just I forgot I had stuff in the box because I've not been doing the box deposit. I've started doing it recently, and so I looked down and saw 0 Hopo berries. I'm like, oh, I gotta buy some.
Do you have enough bugworts to?
Yeah, I picked up a bunch in Mireland, so I should be fine.
Okay, good.
I didn't even see what my point count was leaving Mirelands. I was too worried about my turbo. So what happened with the turbo?
Is that a Melly emote?
Yes, May has a
Yeah,
Melly emote. May is
May
the
has a
one
Melly.
person who likes Melly.
I'm minimizing chat. So anyways, we're about to go into Cobalt Coast Sands.
No, so I specifically with the turbo, like I have no issues using items or anything. The only thing I have a problem with is moving Pokemon in the box. I end up picking it up and putting it back down. That's what happened I think when I entered Mirelands. So I tried to turn off the turbo, but I was holding B when I pressed the button, so I ended up like crouching and uncrouching a bunch and closing text boxes.
A likely story. I believe you, actually.
So there's these items that Leon's giving you. These are like the enhanced grid items that let you raise EVs from 3 to 5 and 6 to 9 specifically. So you may be wondering, where's the given items that raise your ELs from 0 to 3? Random Pokemon drops. They don't give you any at any point in the game. So you're not getting any grit dust unless
do we get them from defeating the Beautiflies? I think I've gotten one.
It's a percentage.
Yeah.
I want to say it's a drop percentage based on like the, I don't know.
Wow, what a relaxing area this must be on the beach. You're definitely gonna have a very relaxing time, aren't you?
I love this area. I think it's really pretty to look at. You spend the longest here. Nothing's too terrible as long as you don't use scatterbangs, and it's generally a good time.
This was my favorite area until we started incorporating Finneon.
I've been trying to avoid Finneon. I'm not in the Never Again club, but since this is the area with water in it, and everybody knows how water levels are in insert any video game here, it just kind of feels the same. Like doing anything on the water just feels bad.
Finneon, right? I used to be a Finneon hater, and then I was bullied into getting good at it. It can be learned. Like, they have specific patterns based on when they load into the game. Which is when you get close enough in proximity to them. It's just still really tricky. Like, because even then you can have some ghost spawns, and they can mostly be ghosts, and you can't even finish Finneon. It's kind of a mess, and they don't have a good catch rate either.
Nice job not getting a quick attack on this fight.
Which would be fine. What I'm supposed to do is take the high level one into this fight, so that way if I don't get it, I just evolve on the spot. But I accidentally took the low level one, so I don't even have like the faster menu here.
Right.
You have to evolve it with everything else later.
Yeah, you have that menu in the middle of this area where you're going to be just doing a massive evolving.
Probably evolving 6 things, I think.
That is 2 minutes of evolutions.
Yeah.
Evolutions take about 18 to 20 seconds in this game. Believe it or not, that is that's such a short distance, but warping is faster.
I love it.
It really is, yeah.
There's a really stupid one near the beginning of the game when you first meet Adam and Arita.
Oh yeah, and you're like, yeah, I can run to this door in 5 seconds, and you literally open the menu to warp because it's 4 seconds.
It's barely faster to do that, yeah. My favorite one is actually after you get up the stairs in that same cutscene and you talk to them for the first time. Celine's like, come downstairs, we gotta talk about your mission. Instead of running down the stairs, you warp outside and walk back in.
Yeah.
It's slightly faster.
And it's more consistent because running down the stairs is like, you're gonna trip and fall, and
it's unsafe.
It's just gonna be slow.
All right, I need to get some map performance. Like actual trees instead of just...
more of these leaf piles to try to get good stun items, to which we got 2 on that last one.
Yeah, so the only thing that Eddaket's going to be able to buy from the security corps attendants is regular Pokeballs. If he wants anything like Great Balls or Heavy Balls for himself later, he's going to have the crafting components himself. So that means he'll need tons and tons of apricorns from trees and other sources.
Grab these pop pods.
Okay, do you catch the Skorupi just for a couple extra bonus points, or do you do the full completion?
You do bonus points because you defeat one later, and depending on how you defeat it, you can get up to.
I'm trying to skip the full completion because I used to start just like, I'll just do everything.
It's not worth stalking the Skorupi and setting like dying on a hill for, but if you get one in a ball, it's pretty
also
good.
Etchy flip moment here.
Spheal
These feels can either go really good or really bad, and there's no in between, but I do love how they roll towards the...
This should be good. I just need to watch that one eat, because last time I didn't, it didn't actually eat it. I'm like way over here, okay.
Hey, it does feel like really early.
Oh. All right, hear me out.
That looked so much better. I'm gonna start doing feed 6, catch 1 instead of feed 4, catch 3.
I have, yeah. When I started running the strat was feed 4, catch 3.
Yeah.
But they have a really bad catch rate, and like nobody will admit it.
It's it's weird. I've had really bad catches on them recently.
Yeah, I've done catch 6 or feed 6, catch 1 for a very long time, and it's just so much better. It's a little bit slower technically than the best feed 4, catch 3, but I don't care. So this is Growlithe. Before Stealth Spray was a little bit of a nightmare trying to do this strat that Eddaket's about to do. You're going to feed the one down here on the lower level, and then he's going to jump up here and feed the 2 that are on the top level. Without Stealth Spray, it's just a sneaking mess where you just have to kind of sneak around and hope
it's not difficult. Like beginners could definitely just like sit in the grass and throw 4 berries one at a time, and that's fine. But it is slow, so... And that's what really separates top players, is they get really good at multitasking. Hey, are there 3 Pokemon on the screen? I'm gonna spin the circle and throw 3 berries, and instead of just 1 at a time.
Hey, I got a spoiled apricorn from that.
Yeah, the problem with the Growlithe is they just want to play, but they don't realize their own strength, so they...
Yeah.
Vulpix, cool.
That's good.
Dude, I didn't get a Vulpix last time, and I was very sad.
There are 6 spawns where Vulpix can be on this little strip here, and I think with the 4th Gen Gamer's original notes, it was calculated that in sunny weather, you have about a 77% chance to see 1. So it's pretty good odds. Obviously, the best thing is right here if these are both Vulpix, because you can feed 2 at once and finish Vulpix faster. But this is not bad either, because both of these things are going to need to be fed 4 times as long as you're only catching 1 of each. I don't know what you prefer for playing now.
Yeah, I usually... If I'm in this situation where I'm feeding it along with Vulpix, I do the 4 in 1.
Makes sense, because it takes the same amount of time.
Yeah. I knew that was going to happen because I didn't use the Great Ball. The one time I don't use the Great Ball. Oh, wow. And that one broke out, too. Where is he going?
Yeah, you can just catch a catch later on. Like, there's so many more spawns.
Well, the Vulpix is the problem.
Yeah, I haven't seen Vulpix break out in quite a long time. Like, you even have a Pokeball.
Right,
like,
there we go.
Should be a really good catch. That's crazy. This run's just kind of plagued by bad catch odds. Like,
yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
Sometimes I feel my game is broken when I just get so many breakouts. I'm just like, why?
Alright, I just need one of those to get in.
Alright, now we're done with both Vulpix and Glameow.
It's actually kind of funny when they...
Oh, no, you only can use catch 1.
When they turn to run away, that's when you hit them with the Pokeball, because you technically get a back strike on them, which increases their catch odds. Nice double rare Growlithe at the end.
Yeah,
of
I was
that.
gonna say.
I'm so mad.
You may be wondering why we climbed that cliff to go get Growlithe when there could have just been Growlithe right there. Those Growlithes are not guaranteed, whereas the ones on top of the cliff are absolute guaranteed 100% spawns.
Yeah, those are pretty low odds. So to see, that's the first time I've ever seen 2. I've seen 1 every once in a while.
Oh,
but
oops.
Nice job seeing 2.
Yeah, and the ones up top are a bit higher level too, so they're, again, a little bit harder to catch than the
They're
ones
also
down
better
below,
experience.
but they're way better experience, yeah.
Oh, make sure. Yeah. Okay. So if your D-pad breaks in the middle of this cutscene, you're soft locked. Because you have to select the bottom option for the second prompt there.
Yeah, otherwise you're just in a loop.
There's no way to press B.
Sometimes I use that cutscene to like catch up on my marking, and I'm just mashing A, and I'm just like, why is this cutscene not over? And I realize I'm in that loop where it's just like,
I'm now programmed that I know the sound cue for when that prompt is coming up, so I'll look at the screen and do the option change.
I believe if you also mash B, it'll stop at that option. And then sometimes I'm just like, oh yeah.
Yeah, for some prompts it's like it'll let you select A or B, or press A or B to say yes or no, but that's not a yes or no question, so it makes sense that it's not like that.
Do I want to do that just for marathon?
Oh, there's Eevee. Yeah, I mean, I would. Yeah, not a bad
All right, so the problem with Eevee is I'm feeding one thing, which it's a feed 4, catch 1, and feeding one thing at a time can be kind of slow, but
It's 50
Given-
seconds.
It is a big bonus.
Given the fact that I kind of messed up Rhyhorn and stuff, and I might not have enough stun items for Golduck, I think this is worth the
Did
50
you get
seconds.
that? Did you get that instant berry eat glitch with the Eevee on the
I
first
don't-
one? I didn't even see it eat, but it was already done.
I
It's
did.
eating
He,
very
he
fast.
threw it pretty early and moved back around to get into the grass.
This
Alright,
is
one-
eating very, very fast. Or on those first two, it was. That was strange. But it's also
Definitely gonna
good.
grape all this.
And you can tell the difference of just like doing
okay.
one Pokemon at a time versus like doing two at a time, like the Glameow and the Vulpix.
So you see this little white vignette around the screen right now? That means we're in drought. I learned that very recently. That's the way you tell that you're in drought weather.
See,
Ooh, I did
I
not
knew
know
that.
that.
I knew that from casual play. That's how I could always
I
tell.
didn't. I didn't know how to tell that from in Catch 'em All, but then Sly Freak, who also runs Catch 'em All, told me, and it's you know, kind
Just play the game more
Little-
casually, and you will learn these things.
of- fun fact. Casually, I never made it past the credits.
Yeah.
I saw the Arceus fight for the first time in my first Catch 'em All run.
Yeah, how did that go for you? I think I asked you once what I was like.
4 tries.
Okay.
Not too bad.
See, it casually, I was very try hard. So I was like, I'm going to defeat this Arceus from full health and not take like the quarter way, like
Oh no, I had to use
halfway
that.
points
It
or
was a
whatever.
speedrun.
Well, yeah, in a speed run you would just do that. But I was very try hard and casual. I was like, no, I want to defeat this from full. It took me like 40 minutes. To
Are you
get
doing
it.
APOM etiquette?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Apom is an interesting one.
I still
It
do
is a-
Napalm.
Feed to catch 6 is the way I do it.
And then you evolve one.
and then you evolve one. It's a lot of a time commitment, but there are so many spawns that like I just backtracked for one. It's more just out of habit, but you really don't have to backtrack ever. You just see so many of them, you're bound to get 6.
Yeah, it's just like it's really not bad, and it's really not hard. It just narrowly made its way out of like the most
Yeah.
recent routing changes.
And
But
that's
it's
something
not
that
bad.
anybody new picking up the game can just decide for themselves if they want to catch
Yeah,
Apom or not. Like,
you know, like if you don't like Duskull and you don't want to do that ever, you can just do Apom as a substitute. You know,
Which I'm gonna skip Duskull. I'm in a
very
good
smart
position
choice.
I'll keep
Duskull's-
Toxicroak as an option, but I will skip. So I'll still do the Scatterbangs, but I will skip Duskull.
Oh yeah, we were gonna talk about Scatterbangs. So you may have noticed he was picking up pop pods on the beach after he caught his Machops and after he did his field stuff, I think. That plus Casterframe makes what's known as a Scatterbang. If a Pokemon has not noticed you and they're just kind of minding their own business and you throw one, it has a massive range where it startles everything in the region. Now the effect's kind of useless, but certain Pokemon have it as a task. Number you scared using a Scatterbang. So that's really the only purpose they're going to have, but the Pokemon that are candidates for that have those tasks as double points.
also, this is technically a skip.
Oh yeah,
when
that's
you go
what I was
to,
talking about, yeah.
Yeah, this is when you go to this side of Coastlands. There's usually a little like valley, and there's an NPC that stops you and says, "Hey, I'm trying to make a camp later here. Do you want to help me out?" And it's a cutscene trigger, but if you just climb up that ledge, like you don't even get anywhere close to the cutscene.
Yeah, we
trigger.
end up absolutely owning her and showing her up, but in Catch 'em All, you have to make that camp slow.
Making camps are slow. We don't want to do any of the side quests.
In Catch 'em All, you're losing so much time by not making that camp. It's crazy because so much stuff happens over here in this game, like Manaphy, Tornadus, all that other stuff.
I'm proud to say that I did the Manaphy quest without looking up how to do it on the internet.
How? How are you
I-
supposed to know that?
I was just that smart. Okay, so one of Eddake's mods, Sheep, gave me a good like riddle clue, and it was along the lines of like, it's like the answer is in a book, but it's kind of rare at this time. And like I thought about it for like a week. Like it didn't. Sheep.
I heard
JE.
something about it being in the Canalese library in Platinum or something.
Yeah, so I was like, and I would have solved it sooner if I could replay
Oh my God.
the professor's like text, like quest text. He's just like, yeah, I heard about this in a book. So he physically says something about like it being in a book, which was the clue that it was in the library.
Where did the other
in
one go?
BDSP.
Oh Jesus.
And you just read it, and it's called The Sea's Legend. And I was like, oh my god, I know exactly what to do
In
now.
BDSP?
Yeah, it's in BDSP.
That's dumb. I think it's dumb that that's not in this game to figure that out. But
Yeah,
I
it's
like
like-
that, but I don't.
It's like some ARG nonsense. By the way, this part of the game, I think, it really can go exactly like this.
Yeah, we call this the dust zone because there's so many things called dust that I get tired of messing them up. When I say I gotta get dust clops, I mean dust talks. Like,
Yeah. So the plot requires this Dustclops catch, and it's a pretty bad catch rate, and everything can aggro immediately.
and if this doesn't get in, you might want to try in battle because I think in battle has a better catch rate. But you got it. Yeah, recently Shady, the world record holder, has been catching the Dustclops in battle just because it does have a better catch rate.
That's not a bad idea. I might start doing that.
Whatever.
We
Get
got
out of there.
Yeah, and those are the loot boxes that could spawn sticky globs, but are not.
Which I didn't even
key.
check to see what I had.
Yeah, the
You
bag
got a
was full,
great
so-
ball.
Was that it? Hmm.
Yeah, literally just a great ball.
So
Oh yeah, because
you-
the other items fell on the ground because you didn't have bag space for it.
Yeah, that can be a bit overwhelming, especially when you're getting aggroed pretty bad. Like,
Is that upon level
best case
36? Where did
scenario,
you catch
just
that?
drop a stealth spray, throw a raspberry.
I don't know where I
backstrike
got that
it,
one.
Catch it.
They're normally like 30, 30.
They're low 30s, yeah.
Maybe it was the one like next to the raspberry tree. Maybe they're elevated, they're better levels or something.
I forgot the stupid Shinx. All right. New plan is I'm going to bring the Shinx, the high level Shinx this time, to the Adamant fight. And if I get quick attack, I'm good. Otherwise, I will evolve it after. Because I forgot to grab it. And I don't feel like doing another menu.
Well, oh yeah, you're gonna go catch more Apoms. That's right.
I need
Well,
one
don't you
more
have to do
Apom.
another more menu? Don't you have to do another menu anyway to make it?
Oh, you're right. Actually,
Well, if you have space,
Not Shinx. Shellos.
let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I only need one Apom. So what I'm gonna do is that.
And then you have the Apom and you have the room for Shellos.
Yeah. I can't catch anything else. So like I would try to catch, because I'm still stealth sprayed right now. So I can do stuff like try to catch a Drifloon, try to catch a Murkrow. But we really need to have one empty party spot going into this next section. All right, good. And because I have to catch the that Apom there, I just wouldn't be able to catch anything else. Also,
we've turned in our dust bobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy is just completely petrified of ghosts. He won't even refer to it by name. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
as if it's Voldemort.
no, I was gonna say, fun little fact: you have to talk to Iscan here. You can talk to his door instead, and you end
Yeah.
up inside.
So many times. and I
Yup.
don't
It is
understand
so
how it
annoying.
happens.
Stop mentioning it. It's just gonna happen more.
I don't even know why they give you the option. There's literally nothing in there for you. Like, absolutely nothing to interact with.
Also, don't forget to swap your party order around because you're gonna want Machoke in slot
Yeah.
5.
I'll do that when I evolve stuff.
Yeah, so we have a very important party member joining us very shortly. And there's not a good time to go back to the box to make things pretty. So
Yeah,
what we
since
do here-
since Quagsire is the best Pokemon ever, we get the next best thing because it's not in this game.
we get Sinnoh Quagsire. Quagsire at home.
What?
Quagsire at home.
Bob, can we have Quagsire? No, we already have Quagsire at home. Quagsire at home.
But yeah, like, we're gonna catch something in the middle of this ocean here, and it's just completely ridiculous to go back to camp and get it out of the box. So we make sure specifically when we get to this point, we have one empty slot at least open. And that's gonna be Shellos, which we're gonna immediately evolve into a Gastrodon. I don't think it matters what level you catch it at, but obviously Eddaket wants the highest level one he can find.
I've never had a problem with the lowest possible level, which I think
I've
is
had them
31.
all be 31 before. Yeah.
I only get 31s and it's fine.
The only thing it matters for is how fast you can kill Skuntank and Melee 2. But otherwise, nowadays, Sneasel does all the work that high-level Gastro was needed for.
I might skip. I was gonna go for Finneon.
You got
but
I
easy.
think you can.
you're
I
fine.
think you can skip.
I can. I have no Pokeballs right now. Is my problem.
Yeah, you can probably skip it. You're fine.
Yeah, I've got great
Alright,
balls
well,
and I've got
you
heavy.
do-
I'm not. I had a run where I ran out of Pokeballs, going for Finneon and started using heavy balls. Let me tell you, that does
Oh.
not go well.
No. The
No.
trajectory for heavy balls, where it starts, makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah,
Like it's like you're throwing it from a character model like off to the side.
it was
You have
so
to be
bad.
You have to be completely stationary for a heavy ball throw to make any kind of sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I'll skip Finneon.
It's so I'm like tracking. So it's not traditional like Let's Go where you need 50 Pokemon to get into Koga's gym, but generally speaking, having 39 completed Dex entries is the kind of fast and it's just the fast and loose idea of this run is 39 completed Dex entries gets us the points we need to unlock Area 5. I'm
Yeah,
tracking on the
ultimately-
side. You're looking pretty good. I think you can. Yeah, I think you can do it without Finneon.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, all you need is 8,500 points. It doesn't matter how
Yeah.
you get those
Yep.
8,500 points. You just need 8,500 points, and I think that makes this game really, really interesting from a routing perspective. And I don't know how it is from a viewership perspective, since I don't really watch this game that much. I'm normally playing it. But I just think it's fascinating. Like, there's nothing wrong with Let's Go. I think Let's Go kind of paved the way for this game being the way it is as a speedrun. That's cool. But I think with every Pokemon's research task being so unique and just mastering how to do every single Pokemon, it just makes this game fun.
There'll never be a perfect run of this.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely not.
there's
Unless
so
your name
much
is Shady Gamer
variability.
X, and you get a 232 5-star, you get a first ball of Dialga, you hit all the ranges on the alphas. You know, but that's just one guy. Like everyone else, for everyone else, you'll never get a perfect run.
All right.
Literally, the
Are-
only mistake in the world record currently, fun fact, is that he did not get the Diamond Settlement warp.
Oh,
So he had to warp to the Brava Arena and then fly there from the Brava Arena to Lake Valor.
which I mean, less than a minute.
It only cost him 20 seconds, and 10 seconds was
yeah.
from the Alpha hitting itself, or the Alpha not dying to strong Earth Power.
That's pretty crazy. But yeah, if you're tracking like your 39, like it's very much a la Let's Go, where it's like, oh, my route's a little different today because I had more stun items this time, or I had less,
Yeah.
or I got Eevee, and that's not guaranteed to spawn.
I got confused by the fact that there was an evolution to be had.
Yeah, that kind of stunned me for a second. Too.
I was very confused.
I would have done it just out of impulse. You're a more hesitant person than I am, for the better. The thing that makes this end game kind of stressful, though, is you literally need exactly or greater 8,500 points. If you have 8,490, you are not allowed to continue. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Nothing.
The
So you need to
opposite
go-
Price is Right rules.
Yeah, Monopoly rules. You would need to go evolve something out of your box or something. So I personally have kept my own calculator and have manually added up my points in cutscenes to make sure I'm at the point that I need to. Because not hitting 8,500 is completely heartbreaking. It's such a massive time loss. It's at least 40 seconds.
I'm getting better at it. I had a good route in my last run, but then Clefairy didn't get in the ball, and I couldn't figure out how to scatterbang the Toxicroak. It's like, well, I'm 400 points short now, so.
I know T-Pat already said something, but don't forget to switch Apom in the choke.
I'm actually not going to, and it's gonna be
You gonna
fun.
sack Apom?
No, just watch.
Okay.
Alright, I believe.
Down for new routes on the fly.
In Apom we trust.
In Apom we trust. Well, I could have actually gone for some of those catches, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's a slight movement thing you can do.
Oh, I didn't.
There's a slight movement thing you can do, like an alternative way to get to the fight here. If you climb up this left side, I don't know if you do it or not.
I do it,
saves,
yeah.
like, 4 seconds, I think. I think Victor found it. Or Victor was the first person I saw doing it.
What? How did that not get up there? All right, it doesn't save 4 seconds if you mess it up like this.
Okay, so the biggest problem, I don't think we've even talked about with Weird Ear, is the fact that, like, this game is constantly trying to set up this cinematic shot of you riding Weird Ear.
Oh my god.
And it always moves the camera. And if you try to disturb it at all, like, the game just tries to, like, shake you off. And say, no, we got it. And it completely throws the camera somewhere where nobody wanted it to go.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense the way you input it.
Stop talking about it. You're gonna make it happen more often.
It's worth mentioning.
Camera moments. Yeah.
It's very prevalent in the first area, even without Weird Ear, because after each of Akari's waypoints in the trial, if you want to call it that, the camera moves itself. You better let the camera move itself, because if you try to interact with the stick at all, you'll be looking somewhere you didn't want to look.
Have you ever tried to bike south in any like 3D Pokemon game? It's like that, but way worse.
Yeah. All right, so not to interrupt, but I want everyone to take a quick look at the bottom where my Pokemon are listed. And notice how I have Gastrodon listed as my first one.
That doesn't change it, does it?
It does.
Oh my god, that's insane.
So you don't, I mean, this is the only spot in the entire game it matters, I guess, except for maybe the like final Volo fight. But you can go in with one party order and leave with a, like, leave on a different Pokemon. So Gastrodon will come out next, even though it wasn't technically next.
Why is that so
that.
simple?
I did not know that.
I found that out by accident one run.
This is a game.
Because I had forgotten to do it. I'm like, I'm just going to try this. And it worked. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, so that kind of eliminates the need for any specific party order for this part.
Yeah.
You just, I mean...
yeah, it's faster to do LNR here than it is to switch things in your party.
Yeah, well, you should... I would think it's just safer to put things in the way they need to be in, because if you forget, then it's like, whoops.
Yeah, I mean, usually Machop is in slot 5 anyways, so...
Unfortunately, so you may have noticed that the game said that Toxicroak was obscured there. They made a lot of changes to the battle system in this game. They took away, like, being able to stack up attack, defense, special attack, special defense, all that stuff, stat stages. And basically, your stat either goes up or it goes down. Or sorry, your attack stats go up, and your defense stats go up or down. And instead of accuracy changes, the user just becomes obscured by moves that they use. So Mud Bomb in other games would lower the opponent's accuracy, but it makes the user less likely to be hit. So they consolidated a lot of things. And most notably, they actually removed Sleep and Freeze. They replaced them with Drowsy and Frostbite.
And
Frostbite,
great.
Yeah, I hope they stay for Gen 9. Frostbite's basically become a special burn to where your special attack status have. And that's really good. Really good news.
And Drowsy is more akin to
Like
paralysis. Like, you can still attack through it and you have a chance that you're just too drowsy to move. But
So
instead, the secondary effect is that if you get hit while drowsy, you take more damage.
By a contact move, yeah. The funny thing about that fight is you can know how the fight's going to go based on who acts first against Charm. If the Rhyhorn moves first, that means Gengar will not get 2 turns in a row. Because we were talking about how the previous Pokemon picks up the next Pokemon's initiative when its teammate faints. So if you go first and you instantly kill the Rhyhorn, Gengar is going to get 2 moves in a row. But if you let Rhyhorn take its move, or Rhydon take its move first, and then you kill it, Gengar only gets 1 move by itself. And Gengar is very efficient with its 2 moves in a row. We'll often go for Hypnosis into Hex, which is an absolute OHKO. Or Double Hex. It's just...
Yup.
Yeah,
nice
I got a really weird one here, where it was the Hex first and then Hypnosis, which failed, luckily, afterward.
Also, it's worth noting, and I don't know if you take advantage of it in the Hundo run, but when your stat stages, well, there's only one stat stage, but when your stats are boosted or dropped, if your attack is increased, it increases both physical and special attack. So Swords Dance into a special move would still do extra damage, and the like. But there is a way to stack it, kind of. There are certain moves that are just like, oh, my next move will do 50% more damage, but then you could also stack that with increasing your attack stage. So you can stack that way, but it's not
Oh yeah,
like,
they turn
oh,
the
use...
rollout into like a fixated move where like the next time you use it, it's just going to be more powerful and you take more damage while using it. Or something.
Yeah.
Oh, probably the biggest thing about this game and what made routing an absolute pain once Sneasel came into the picture. They made level matter significantly more in the damage formula. Which is why you're going to see us just constantly upgrading to better and better things instead of sticking with our original mons. Like why picking up Gastrodon here is better than just keeping Weasel from the very start or something. The level of your Pokemon is multiplied by 3 in the formula, and the attack stats multiplied by 0.2. So it's very lopsided in favor of level attack stat.
All right. So this is my favorite noble to go for.
It's so fun. Playing fetch with
This noble takes advantage of dodge rolls, invincibility frames, and you'll see why.
Yeah, Eddaket is really good at this IL strat. I think I saw you do this first, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then I saw the ILs kind of like, because they have all day, like, sit there and do the fight over and over and over again until they get a good one.
Yeah, that's crazy to just see you, what looks like you're just walking through the Arcanine.
Yeah, so what happens here is Arcanine will, for its first phase until it gets to half health, it will chase you, and then it turns around, and if it sees you in the middle, it will always jump to the middle. So you're able to take advantage of that predictable behavior to get a couple of bombs extra off while it jumps to the middle. And you can still do it even in its second phase right here.
Yeah. I always go to the side on that one.
I didn't know you could do that. Like, get him to jump in the middle.
Alright. I've gotten that once.
Yeah, now he does this really rude thing where he charges up this move and expects you to deboost through the middle to be able to get to him. Like,
yeah, that's kind of lame.
Alright, good. Wasn't sure if Teddy
that was very
gonna
quick.
evolve.
I actually learned a lot on that fight. I'm gonna try that next time.
It's a really fun strat. Like, I don't think it's a pain to learn or anything. It makes you feel like you're really good at the game.
Yeah, and sometimes with like, especially some of the IL strats, like I feel like Cleaver was one where I watched it and I attempted it for the first time and failed it like miserably. This is one when you watch it, the next time you attempt it, you may not do it perfectly, but you're gonna usually succeed at it. At least
you'll
getting like
feel
most of the way through it.
You
Yeah.
can nail the general idea pretty easily. Like,
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna see our points here. I have a couple evolutions to do. I'm gonna evolve my Luxio into Luxray, and we're also going to evolve the Teddiursa into Ursaring. That'll complete Teddiursa for me. And that's all done too. We're really gonna be trying to figure out like how many points we need still. My point count is going to be kind of low, even though I'm actually in a decent position, but my point count is going to be lower than it probably should be because Shinx isn't done yet, and Rhyhorn isn't done yet. So that's 2 Pokemon. That's probably like 240 points worth that I'll be getting in Area 4 that usually I'm already done with.
So is the plan to have bring Shinx with you to Coronet and then just use that last open slot for hopefully Mega?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because normally you go into Area 4 with 2 open slots. That gives you a little bit of a buffer if Mega is kind of a troll, but you know, as long as you go for it first, it won't be a problem.
Actually, what I'll do, I'll bring the high level Shinx with me to Adaman and try to get quick attack. Just do that.
Yeah, because there's a chance, or I want to say it's like 25%, 30% that the Leafeon will go for Calm Mind instead of Leaf Blade.
Is this the high level one? No. Where's the high level one? Oh my god, I already evolved it.
Oh, perfect. There we go.
Well, okay then.
Situation avoided.
Okay.
Situation very confused. Oh, I didn't evolve the stuff I was supposed to. Whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, so the points that we're going to be seeing here are not really reflective of the current state of affairs.
7,000 flat. That's easy to remember at least. Okay.
That's very, very good.
Yeah, you should be in fantastic shape, to be honest.
Yeah. Now, I mean, like we just said, he even has points that are unaccounted for, that he hasn't earned yet because he hasn't evolved his thing. So he's even better off than it looks.
Let me guess what you're gonna finish and go for. Aside from the Rhyhorn Tangela, you'll be finishing, as well as Ursaring. I think you're gonna go for Skuntank, Yanmega, Toxicroak, and are you doing Yanma?
Misdreavus.
Yeah. I'll do Yama. I'm not good at Misdreavus.
Oh, see, like I said, there's a thing that everyone's not super comfortable with. Like that just I don't know. I think that adds to the game because like you'll see everyone doing different things. There's nothing wrong with Misdreavus issues because there's that giant blemish of the Alpha Mismagius right in the middle of them. I can't make them all disappear. It's a completely understandable issue.
I actually like Stealth Spraying just to run past them because I feel that going into the menu to Stealth Spray is faster than getting knocked over by the Alpha Mismagius.
Yeah, so I found a way to climb up and go around the Misdreavus and approach them from behind, and that's generally what works for me the best. Because it's easier to go downhill than it is to go uphill, especially if you have like jumps to make.
All right, yeah.
You have to catch a Rhyhorn still?
I have to catch a Rhyhorn or stun it.
I don't know how many stun items you have.
I don't know how many stun items I have either, but I don't have to do Golduck if I do Toxicroak.
You actually can't use Stealth Sprays from the menu. No, you have to use it from your actual up on the D-pad menu.
Yeah, you're thinking of the Smoke Bomb, I think, Swift.
Or the Scatterbang.
Yeah. Which Smoke Bombs are really cool, but we don't really use them. It's sort of like the Stealth Spray is like a speed item made for speedrunners. The Smoke Bomb is like the anti-speed item. It's like, how slow can you go?
They were thinking of us. Yeah, funny enough, unrelated to any percent, Stealth Sprays were absolutely completely unimplemented in Catchmo when I started running it.
Ooh, interesting.
So
yeah.
They use the technique called the Tippy Tumble to catch alpha Pokemon, where you descend on them with Braviary from behind.
Oh my god, I saw Tippy doing that, yeah.
Yeah, it's
so good.
Absolutely so good.
It's like you descend on it, throw the ball for a back strike, go back up in the air. If it breaks out, do it again.
Yeah, Tippy was very upset, understandably, when I told her that Tippy Tumble was obsoleted. She's now going to refer to the Stealth Spray as the Tippy Tiptoe.
Tippy Tiptoe.
I approve of this. I will be saying that in my streams from now on. That is, yeah. That's a certified gold official language. The Tippy Tiptoe.
Right.
I'm here for it if Tippy's gonna end up using it. whatever makes Tippy most comfortable in using it.
Alright, so another fight we can die to. Always get Calm Mind.
Yeah, so you could have been fine.
Yeah.
Here, but you've already evolved the thing, so couldn't have. I think it may have been a subconscious thing, and you just saw like a Shinx in the party. Like it was that Apom situation.
It was the Apom situation, yeah.
Yeah, I was sitting there waiting for an Evo, and you just pressed the button on it.
Ooh, shiny button.
Like I said, I would have evolved the Apom, so I can't really say anything about the Shinx.
Alright.
So Eddaket's losing about 1 frame every time the word Eon ticket pops up.
That's true.
If your name is 4 characters or less, you lose no time, I'm pretty sure, because I think at the slowest speed it's 4 characters per frame. And at max speed it's 8 characters per frame. But in a marathon run where we've done EV, I don't think it matters. It's all about the safety and finishability. Yeah, this lady right here to the right of this conversation is Zisu. That's where we would have bought our Fire Fang and Ice Fang earlier, in case that was unclear.
Yep.
She's really, really tall.
She is.
Like, absurdly tall.
Oh, this way. I should actually try with this D-pad, D-padding that. Because you can navigate the map in 2 different ways. My Pro
D-pad.
controller has an awful D-pad, so I never D-pad that section. But this D-pad's a lot better.
I think recently at a party, I may have spilt an alcoholic beverage on my controller, and now the D-pad's kind of bad.
And
Oh,
now it's
no.
kind of sticky.
I might have to break in my backup. It's eaten a couple inputs recently. So.
All right. So change it to evening. Evening is an awkward time of day. It's like the shortest one by far.
It's so short. It like surprises me how short it is.
It's specifically for Yanmega, who has Yanma has a task for being caught during the evening. It's a double point task, and that's mainly how we're going to be finishing Yanma. I don't know if you caught one earlier, but
I did not
you
know.
caught one. Well, I think
so
you
you'll
may
need
have
to-
thrown one.
you'll need to catch 3, 2 of them in the evening, which is kind of moot because they're all going to be in the evening right now. And then Yanmega, you would think it has the same thing, but no, Yanmega's double point task is being caught without being spotted, which makes stealth sprays really good.
Yep.
All right. You may be wondering why the Earth String is in the party. Or actually, it wasn't in here, so we need to evolve it, so that's the reason. But it would have been here anyway, because Earth String's not done yet. Earth String only is at rank 8, and we need to use it. We need to see it use Bulldoze once to finish it. And so we're gonna do that on the first melee fight against her.
Is it once or 3 times?
You need to use it once
To complete.
3 points is just a bonus, but there's nothing wrong with that. But you only need to see it once. But you end up seeing it.
Oh
twice,
yeah,
and
it is
would
you're right. It is
required
a
to
double
kill,
point. Let's see.
Yeah.
See, what I'm doing is I've opened up my handy dandy
Ranger.
my handy dandy Ranger notebook, and
You throw yourself
I
in
can
this
follow.
game enough times, you don't need the Ranger.
Oh
This
no,
is all
yeah.
from memory, which is a little bit sad.
No, I know.
It's yeah. Eventually, you just have to this isn't committed to memory.
I made a bit of a mistake.
Oh, you didn't catch the Mega. Yeah, right.
I not just didn't catch the Mega, I did not get let-ins to my inventory.
Oh, okay.
Isn't the end of the world?
I think you're welcome for it now.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Just because I also didn't get the Mega,
Are you gonna evolve the Yanma?
I'm gonna grab this. And we're
Well, no.
just
By
gonna go
now,
back.
the Yanmegas must have been reset, so their aggro state is neutral. So
Yeah.
and they don't know he's there, so he can still get the unspotted bonus. You might need to re-up stealth spray. They might run out some.
Oh my god, that was exactly at the same time.
I don't know if that's gonna count as unspotted.
It didn't count as a backstrike, I'll tell you that.
Didn't even get in.
Yeah.
This one's probably.
And you can see that like the evening's already fading a little bit.
What? All right.
Yeah. Did you catch 3 Yanmas?
I got 3 Yanma, so I didn't have to evolve one, but I'm just gonna evolve it.
Oh
to
yeah,
get-
just for the safety strat. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so this is a case
I'll just
where,
make sure you finish Yanma.
yeah, looks like you're gonna abandon Yanmega in terms of.
Yeah,
its
Shady's saying in
completion.
chat, this is the average Yanmega experience. That's so true. There's also Yanmega like across the way, across the river there,
Yeah.
behind Ingo off to the left. But it's just like, if you come in here with like 6,600 or less, like that's the only reason you'd ever go over there, because otherwise I don't think it's worth, dying on the hill of Yanmega.
So you have a couple options for backups: Golduck, Mistrevis, Clefairy.
Wait, Shady, did you get JP World Record? I didn't see that.
I can't do Golduck unless I check my stun items. That is very important.
Oh my god, you destroyed the Japanese. How did you do that? It's an insane improvement. Lord. Oh, funny thing here, and also in the beginning of the game, these areas where they make you walk, you can actually get a run input in at a certain time, and you can have access to your run speed until you stop running. If you run too far ahead, though, Ingo will yell at you and tell you to stay with him. And same thing. With
I had a weird
Professor
glitch state where I was able to run, and Ingo never started walking, so he never started talking to me. And I was just like, and I couldn't like interact with like the like go get out of the cave. So I just started like running away, and then I got to that trigger point where he yells at me, and then he started walking. And I was like, that was a weird 8 seconds of nothing happened.
Oh, Eddaket, you know what I just realized?
What's that?
This has a realistic chance at Turbo World Record.
Ooh.
World Record in a marathon hype?
A
That could be
Pokemon game
As
world
far as I
record in
know,
the marathon hype.
As far as I know, the world record is still my 409 for Turbo.
Okay.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. This could be like a 359 or something. Or somewhere like around that line.
That would
As
be
long
nice.
as the rest of the things are nice.
Alright, we're just gonna blow past you. All right, I have 7 spoiled. That's not even. Well, I don't know how many mud balls I have. I know I have some.
Yeah, so the only downside Eddaket would have from it being very much into night already or about to be night is that Mischievous would be much harder to do. But he's not doing Mischievous, so it's fine.
I need more stun items for sure.
Are we doing Toxicroak?
I have to do Toxicroak, yeah. We will see some Scatterbangs. Right, this is good for stun items. Is there another leaf pile? There's not. Okay. And the weather just changed to snow, which basically doesn't matter. Hail's not in the game. The important thing is it didn't just change to fog.
You know, that's really, really good, actually, because I learned recently, you know, through my catch-em-all endeavors, that the weather conditions last from anywhere to like 2 to 6 minutes. So this could be the weather condition that stays all the way through the next Ingo fight. And that means it won't change to fog for the Ingo fight. So we should be good.
I feel like everybody's had some really bad luck with fog in this area specifically.
My last run literally died here to
My
this fight.
thing is rain popping up when I need to use a fire move. It's absolutely guaranteed.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Against Glaceon, it's gonna rain right when I get there. When we used Fire Fang on Tangela, it's gonna rain as soon as I get there.
Yep. By the way, weather can change mid-battle.
That's true.
That's also annoying.
The funny thing
it is annoying, but it can also bail you out because I've had fog for the Ingo fight, and I was getting owned, and then the fog departed, and I was like, oh, thank God I can do half this fight without the fog
I had
anymore.
it the other way around, T-Pat. For Ursaluna, I was sitting there waiting for my execution, for my Ursaluna slash, and all of a sudden it missed it. I'm like, how did slash miss? And then all of a sudden I just slowly see the fog like trickling.
I think it's kind of a cool mechanic. Not, you know, speedrunners might disagree, but I kind of like that weather can change mid-battle.
I don't like that fog is 5%. That's too high.
I don't like that fog is listed as 5% because it's definitely a lot higher.
Oh, it's clearly a lie. You can't have a game based on snow without fog, though, so I understand.
Oh, yeah.
Of all the good changes they made, like Drowsy and Frostbite, why did they go back to the old fog?
Because the fog is deep, and that's the way it should be.
The fog is deep. I swear I've said that like on air before. I said, "Wow, the fog is deep."
People in my community have made emotes on 7TV like "Yep Fog." It's just the "Yep Frog" that's completely like obscured by a thin white layer. And FogChamp when it actually helps me. Or sorry, Foggers.
All right.
Look, there's a wisp. You should get it.
No.
Yeah, if you get 107 more of those, you can get some twice spice radishes for your fights and make them not ranges.
For the longest time, I thought there's like a thing where you can get a camp back there. For the longest time, I thought that was required because for some reason I would be following this waypoint, and then that one would come into view, and I would just be like, "That is the waypoint I have to go to." So I thought it was required.
I
and
thought it was
it's-
required
it is
too,
not.
because when I was learning this game, I just kind of watched Snap religiously, and he would always do it.
Yeah.
Shout out to
All
Snap.
right, so-
Definitely one of the pioneers of the game.
Oh, absolutely. All right, so this is Ingo. Ingo, we're going to be getting a few extra bonus points, both on our side and on his side. So we caught a Machop earlier, or Machoke earlier, so we're going to get points for defeating it. We're going to be finishing up Tangela on this split, or on this fight as well, and actually get some bonus points because he should go for Ancient Power. Given
I was
that
gonna
it's,
say, is do you need the ancient power?
Yeah,
or
he'll
is that
go
just
for
bonus?
Stun Spore first.
I should not need the Ancient Power.
Stun Spore is extra points, if I remember correctly.
I don't think it is. It's just like it will not go for ancient power unless it has you stunned first. Unless you get really lucky. It will sit there and keep attempting stun spore if it misses it the first time. Oh, also he didn't mention it, but for Yanmega, he did get points for using a strong style move.
Yep.
Later on, he's going to get points for doing ancient power, which would be the way to finish Yanmega if those ones from earlier cooperated.
True.
So it's going to be just an extra 20 points, 30 points or something.
Rip cooperation.
Yeah, and
That's why you cannot commit to Yanmega. Like it's just way too unreliable. But I mean, like, you know, it's
I
also
usually
part of
commit to
our strats for
Yanmega, and
hits.
this is why I'm slow at the game.
I didn't mean to agile.
I think the thing that makes this game like that'll dramatically improve like any player's time is knowing that you have to keep moving.
Yeah,
Like, that's what I always told myself when I was at like 4:30, and I'm like, I don't understand how to save 30 more minutes. It doesn't make any sense.
I still don't understand how to save 30 more minutes, and I'm already moving.
You just have to be willing to part with stuff. I don't know. It's weird to explain, but you know, you want things a certain way, but the game says no. You can't have this thing a certain way. You need to accept that that's the reality and be like, okay, and just kind of go on with your day. So now we get Sneasler, which is the new Hisuian evolution of Sneasel. Hisuian Sneasel's evolution, rather.
There's also a funny little cutscene with Ingo here where he's just like, yeah, this Pokemon's great. It's almost like it knows some kind of hidden move. Wait, that doesn't make sense. No such thing exists in Hisui. And it's like poking fun at itself, and I think it's very charming.
Well, Sneasler does have an exclusive move called Dire Claws. It's terrible. You're better off with like Poison Jab or something.
yeah.
So Sneasler allows you to climb up cliffs, and it has limited usage. Like there's actually a part, you could directly climb up to where we need to go, our next quote-unquote objective, but it's actually faster to just weirdier run like and take a little bit of a maze to get there. Especially since there's Pokemon on our path that we want.
Yeah, plus you gotta friendly reminder, hit the right horns.
Right horn, yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna do this, and then
Did you finish Hippo as well?
yeah, Hippo's done.
Okay, cool. Oh, do you have the lead-ins, or are you saving the lead-ins?
I have like 3 lead-ins.
This guy.
All right.
Very good. Okay, so here's the Toxicroaks. It's kind of strange that we're willing to do one Pokemon, an evolved Pokemon, but not its pre-evolution form. But sometimes the research is just like that. And these guys have very quick research with the Scatterbang strats.
I don't think that second one triggered. Oh, actually, maybe it did.
There's 2 over there.
So this was what you were practicing before we started here, and I literally just learned about the scatterbangs because it was one of the things I didn't do casually, but it is really important that they are not aggroed on you when you scatterbang them, otherwise they don't work.
I think your stealth spray's off.
But the good thing with the scatterbangs is that they have a massive range of effect. And when we were watching you practice, you kind of threw one kind of generally in between two of them, and you got a third that was like way out of the way. So you got
that's
three
good.
scared with one scatterbang, which is incredible.
So we mentioned that we're gonna be having a Sneasel on our team. It is not gonna be those Sneasels we just passed. We're gonna get a special kind of Sneasel later on.
I'm gonna do the Clefairies first because I don't want it to turn into morning.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can definitely do that.
Or you could just not do Clefairy because they're bad.
I have to.
Is there Cleffa? Any Cleffers in chat? Maybe over there to the left. Over there is a Raspberry, like off to your behind right now. You can technically be fine now with 3 feeds if you catch some of that being spotted. Things just work out to be 100, but it's definitely better to get a 4 feed. In case one of them does see you and you have to fight for your life to get a Clefairy.
I have like no balls left.
Yeah, Clefairies have very bad
God,
catch rates.
So we haven't mentioned this yet, but in the very first area we were given a, at least you got the Clefairy.
I'm at good feed count, I think.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, you had
I'm good on
4.
feeds? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just got off of.
Right. I do that so often recently. It's like a recent. Oh, you can catch Magikarp for 20 points, but you don't have any like.
I shouldn't need
anymore.
Yeah, I shouldn't need it. All right, I'm gonna wait, and we're gonna do one more stun. Unfortunately, so it's 1 Mud Ball and 1 Spoiled Apricorn to stun, and it is 3 Spoiled Apricorns on its own. Good.
Where that Stunky is, there could have been another Skuntank, but it's 22% Stunky, and obviously in a marathon, we gotta go with the least less like everything. Yeah.
That was a very stressful section, but that worked out.
It's stressful because you went for Clefairy, and I was clenching
this
that whole time. I'm
propaganda,
just like, they're all gonna break out.
No, Clefairy is.
Also, you climb here, and not just.
I climb and go around, so I don't get the Mischievous to kill me.
Yeah, this is the movement I was talking about, where you can just kind of you can go backwards from here and have Mischievous be way easier. But yeah, we don't need Mischievous at this point.
Oh man.
And now the worst fight in the game. So you know how in Let's Go you can make the fights easier by 2-on-1 like opponents?
Okay.
Yeah. Uno reverse card. They get to 3-on-1 you.
Okay, I'd like to think I've made this fight better. This fight used to be absolutely terrible.
This fight was really bad.
I think the problem with it before was that the focus was on killing Skuntank as fast as possible. But what's going to save you the most time is killing his lackeys.
Yeah, and the reason for that, and while we kind of like danced around the topic, you would think an agile style move increases your move priority. Well, it actually doesn't. It actually slows down your opponent. And the Zubat likes to agile style. So if the Zubat agile styles, you go slower. Thus, all of Melly's Pokemon are more likely to get more turns. I think I once got like a Hypnosis from one of the Pokemon, and because of the agile style plus the Hypnosis, Melly's Pokemon got a combined 12 turns in a row before I even attacked once.
Now you're gonna see these Pokemon on Eddaket's side kind of drop like flies, but don't be concerned. We're entering the phase of the game where we're gonna be doing this like wipe battle back and forth, I like to call it. The optimal strategy for them for fucking the fight is always going to be just you wipe, they wipe, you wipe, they wipe.
Yeah. Yeah, but this fight is much more consistent now that we get rid of the Skorupi and the Zubat before we focus on the Skuntank.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about it the way you explained it, like with Agile Styles only applying to the user and the opponent. Like, I didn't really think about that.
Yeah.
But that does make a lot of sense why the strat works now the way it is.
Yeah, it's... We only just kind of learned exactly how the turn order mechanics actually
Shady, we need
works.
to have a support group for people that have had to do Clefairy.
Yeah.
I think
I'm in the never again.
I think I will be fine on points.
Yeah, you have 39 right now.
If you're not...
Oh my god. Oh my, yeah. All right, no, I'm like 100. I'm like at 8,800, I swear. I didn't realize I had 39. I thought
The strat-
39 was including the Yen Mega, but I'm at 39 without Yen Mega. So yeah, I'm 100% fine.
The strike here now is to get to rank 6 so we can have access to wing balls or ultra balls rather. So it'll make our Sneasel friend later easier to catch.
Kind of looking at your route. I'm looking at your catch route, and I think what really helps in terms of bonuses is that look, you got both Silcoon and Cascoon, because you got the optimal two. Like you evolved 2 Cascoons, 1 Silcoon, you caught one, and you evolved it, and so sometimes you only plan for one or the other, but it was nice that you got both, and then you did take the time to get the EV. Yeah, and you took the time to get the EV, which was the other big bonus. So even though you didn't get the Yon Mega, you made up for it with the Clefairy and got 39.
So Electrode is weird. You're basically on a timer before the tactical nuke comes in and destroys everything. You want to just kind of get rid of it as fast as possible, because conveniently, like right after the optimal time to beat it, he'll go up in the sky where it's a lot harder to hit him, and then he will just drop on you, which loses like 10 seconds and puts you in critical red health. And then
I like never see it because I defeat him so fast. But
yeah,
this is literally this.
So
I love that I described to my friend who plays this casually, and she wasn't really good at the noble battles, and I was like, the best way to fight Electrode is get in its face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you literally, and it's just like, I know it's the dumb speed running strat, but it is the best way to tackle this. You just get in its face, you tank all those homing little energy balls, and you just dodge the falling Voltorbs. It's
if you try
it's
to
actually
avoid
quite simple.
If you try to avoid the Electro balls, you're literally just wasting your time, because they will follow you all around the map and they never go away. As far as
and that was actually really fast. You never got to the tactical nuke stage.
Yep.
Yeah, Shady's a big fan of this Electrode. He's been dying a lot too recently. Like the Voltorbs just keep spawning directly on top of him, and he just has nowhere to go.
Those are awful, yeah.
My my All Lords PB actually dies to a Arcanine.
No. Well, hopefully now that you know,
really good.
You said you hadn't seen the strat that Eddie.
No, I never saw the cool like kind of manip strat where you get him to jump in the center. Oh my god, I like that.
It's fast and easy.
Well, what was really getting me is that in the second half of all the noble battles, they go a little bit faster, and I was having a hard time just dodging his charge attack, so he kept hitting me as I was trying to dodge roll like through him. And then he put me in critical health and then jumped to the other side of the stage and charged the mega move with the flame wheel in the middle. And it's like, oh, I just die. Because if I walk into the fire, I die. Or if I let him charge his attack, I die. And I'm
going to be honest, I was dying to Arcanine all the time in my early attempts. Like, it's a very real thing. So we mentioned in the beginning of the game, when we saw the Alpha Cricketune, that we were not going to be catching very many Alpha Pokemon or any at all. There's one that we're going to catch.
Which is really weird because we're technically done with like the catching sequence. We have all the points we need to progress through the rest of the game.
Yeah,
but there's just one there's just one that helps us with the remaining battles by so much that it's worth catching.
Yeah, in the next area, Alabaster Icelands, we're going to be catching an Alpha Hisuian Sneasel. Which is level 61 and is guaranteed 3 stats that are EL level 3, which gives attack 50% just by that.
And it has a really good move called Close Combat.
Yeah, that it has already mastered. The evolution of Sneasel in the run came when I was watching some Japanese runs that hadn't been verified yet through methods. And I noticed that they were picking up they were catching 2 Sneasels in Coronet Highlands. Not the ones that Eddaket ran past. If you climb the cliff to the right of where those Sneasels were, there's like a little lake, and around that lake, a lot of things are really high level. And those Sneasels are anywhere from 53 to 56. That's a lot higher level than anything you can reasonably get and be able to have in the run. And they help tremendously throughout the run, because, like I said, T-Pat said, they have close combat, and if it's at least level 54, it's mastered close combat, so you can use strong. And generally, I don't know, it's just kind of
close combat's just a great move. 120 power, 100% accurate fighting type move.
I mentioned earlier,
and Sneasel's the better. Yeah, level is so
formula.
important.
Yeah, level is very important in the damage formula.
Yeah.
And with this Sneasel just being completely juiced, it's just higher level than anything. Despite the fact that it's a NFE, not fully evolved Pokemon, it's still going to just have a massive output.
The other thing, the other thing that I find interesting is level matters so much, but it actually doesn't matter almost at all. Like if you're less than level 15, which is why we're able to do the whole Beautifly stuff anyways. Like you'll see like level 2 Bidoof doing a ton of damage to you if you try to defeat one. But then like the level just scales so much in the near the midpoint of the game, or level wise, I guess, like around level 50. It's just absurd how high it is.
Also, the Hisuian Sneasel is just a juiced Krogunk. It's got the fighting type, so close
it's
combat
fighting
stab.
poison in this gen.
Yeah.
So it also it works in many ways because it will bait out psychic moves from things we don't want setting up Calm Mind. For example, Clefable later on Komodo. As well, there's a special quirk with Alpha Pokemon that they will have their first move slot replaced by a random move they can learn through Move Tutor through Zisu. And there's a chance that the random move is Shadow Claw, Snarl, I think Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Iron Tail. There's a lot of moves that will save us a turn. On
one turn.
Just one turn.
On Garrick's Frostlass immediately. Otherwise, we have to not very effective Poison Jab it. No, it's a fantastic Pokemon.
It's kind of like the underground Pokemon in BDSP. They have one move that's like an egg move, but in this case it's Move Tutor.
We don't have to worry about obedience either, because our current level cap for catches is level 65, I believe, and level 61. And obedience works based on med levels, so we don't have to worry about it accelerating out of 65 or whatever. But it being within that 65 level cap also makes its catch rate reasonable.
Yeah, it's not dumb like BDSP or Sword Shield, where if you're trying to catch a Pokemon that's one level higher than anything in your party, it's just like, nope, can't catch that. It's actually like way more reasonable.
Yeah. But then on top of that, we're also stacking up multipliers from the ball usage, the balls we're choosing to use, the raspberries we're feeding it. It has about a 77% chance to get in one lead ball after while it's eating a raspberry.
Yeah. And I'm in a very bad ball situation right now, so I'm actually going to. I haven't been saving because there's really no reason to save. You can lose half the battles. This is one spot I will actually save, just because if I run out of balls, I just won't have I don't have the ingredients to craft more. So.
He's trolling.
Finally. Level 2 versus level 46, but.
That's about as long as that can take. No, it's not, because just like the previous fight, it can call in Pikachu for reinforcements. For the level 2 Starly, it doesn't have any issue with.
All right, so we need to get my team.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I need to get my team. I'm gonna leave 2 empty spaces. One's gonna be for Sneasel, and one's gonna be for something way later on.
Oh yeah, something way later on. Shady makes up a good point about the turn save we were talking about. That normally if you do the battle with Frostlass, you're poison jabbing and it's shadow balling or hexing you right back, and you're taking a lot of damage. There's a chance that because you OHKO it, you don't actually take enough damage, and in one of the later fights, it takes longer for everything else to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's not faster. I don't know.
I think it can be faster. It just sometimes won't be.
It's just a fun little Gamba. Just like in the middle of all the nonsense, it's just a harmless little Gamba.
Yeah.
Admittedly, this whole run we've been focused on catching Pokemon and maxing out research. This is the point where I would say it becomes like a semi-normal Pokemon speedrun, where it's simply just go from objective A to objective B with nothing in between. And there's a part of me that likes that because there's nothing that can really go wrong except for some things in fights. The only things we have to worry about now are fights and the Sneasel catch. But there is a part of it that seems a little bit dull, unfortunately. This is kind of like this can be considered like, you know, the kind of slog of the game, but I think
well, at least this area isn't too bad. And there are quite a few in the community that like to do what's called all lords, which is start after the tutorial and end after we defeat this last noble Pokemon, because then the final 50-ish minutes of the game is like the heart rate goes down and there's like not as much exciting stuff happening anymore. It's just kind of going through the motions. It's very hard to like gain or lose time after this Sneasel catch, and it's a very long time. It's like really can only lose time from here. Can't gain time.
I think if you've never seen an Arceus speedrun, this next hour and 15 or so will still engage you no matter what.
Oh yeah.
Once you've seen like the end of it a couple times, very nice catch by the way.
Nice job.
It can just kind of be like, okay, I've seen all this and there's nothing new, and you know.
Which hurts somebody like me, because like I'm always so focused on the like learning a lot of like the catch routing and how to do that optimally, and then I get to this end game and I still don't even know the optimal movement, like how to get to all the lakes, and I'm sure I'm losing more than a minute just because I don't know how to do all the movement correctly. So it's like, maybe I should actually learn this. But
I think as long as you practice the climb to each of the lakes and the climb to Snow Point Temple, you can literally just do the rest while reading a guide. Like I still have literally never memorized the Snow Point puzzle. Like, it doesn't benefit me to memorize it at all.
Eddaket has a very interesting...
I came up with a really weird way to memorize it. Hey, I got Shadow Claw.
Nice.
Hey, let's go.
See it in action.
The way I do the Snow Point puzzle is like, I don't have it memorized, but I have Rock, Steel, or Ice memorized for how many button inputs I need to do to get to it, so I literally don't need to look at the game while I'm doing it. I just look correctly.
Okay.
It's like a half memorization, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I got a guide, and it's like it just tells me, and I recite it out loud, and that's how I remember.
So you want to talk about the Snow Point puzzle method, or you want to wait till we get there?
I basically just have like mnemonics for it. So like this game gives me RSI, so that's the first one. If I don't do my taxes, the IRS of Rhode Island comes after me. And then I just have Sir Icer for the last one. I don't actually have a good method for that one, but it works.
That's good.
It's great because I get to hear this every time you play this game, and I'm like, this is amazing every time.
I guess I've just never been here when I've been on your stream when you've been in this part of the game.
Yeah.
I've never heard this before.
This thing is surprisingly difficult to get up.
It's
have
really
you ever missed and just like run off?
Yep.
Yep.
I have exactly one time on the, because you have to, this is one of the few, there are some triggers where you have to talk to the person, and there's some where you just have to get close to the person. She is one where you do have to talk to her, and I've definitely like ridden off of the ice thing.
The scary one's the next one, because that's a big cliff to be running past.
Yeah, so it was discovered at some point that it's faster to come over here and grab this the warp for the Pearl settlements before going to Sabby's next waypoint. The strat before was to I guess we'll see more. You'll see what I'm talking about when we get there. But she's on top of a very, very, very high cliff right now.
Also, it's very important to make sure you actually get the fly point, because it's not immediate when the nameplate comes up. It's like a second after.
Yeah, that cost me that cost me the first ever sub 4. Was that I didn't warp. I warped too early.
So if it looked like Eddaket was being a little hesitant, he was just making sure the little fly point marker was underneath his cursor.
Okay, so we're very, very high up. The strat used to be to run down this front of this cliff face in a very specific manner, to where you don't take enough damage to kill you, and everybody died. I had 2
Here,
deaths
just jump off this cliff.
here.
It'll be fine, they said. You won't die, they said.
So it's one of the rare times where like an optimization just made life like so much easier. Because normally optimizations are like, okay, I have to work a little bit harder, but I'm gonna save more time. No, this is just a straight upgrade.
This
Life's better.
this one is just don't fail that fly points.
Like, I wish I was exaggerating. I've seen every player that I've ever watched do this run on stream.
Watch
die.
this. You can like run up this cliff.
Yeah, there's a while where
I haven't done this part in a little bit, so I've been trying do the right path.
This is like the one I've like practiced and I still can't get in a run. Is like you can take wide ear like almost halfway up this cliffside just because it's weird slope mechanics.
Yeah, it's just like what I said earlier about the geometry. You know, Weirdier can just scale certain things he has no business scaling.
The other thing that's super annoying is the Sneasler can stand on things it has no business standing on.
Yes.
Well, that actually
And
helps later on.
Yes, it does.
Because we're about to get access to this braviary that's taunting us right now. And we're going to be coming back up this specific cliff later to go to Lake Equity. And when Sneasler gets on 2 feet like that, you can get a full ascension from Braviary when you switch to it. So that'll be the optimal way to get up to Lake Equity.
See, that's the movement that I haven't even bothered practicing yet.
Actually, I think the best way to do it is just constantly switch between Braviary and Ursaluna of all things, because I think Ursaluna will technically, no matter what, give Braviary a full ascension, just as long as it's like trying its best.
So, Kizaran was complaining that you can't use wide ear inside the temple.
It's so annoying.
I still don't know like the best way to conserve stamina. I just kind of do it based off feel. Like I've never seen anybody like break down the absolute best movement for this area. So I feel like everyone just kind of tries their best.
This is the puzzle we were talking about with the solutions. So what you're supposed to do is there are all these statues, and each statue has a symbol on it. And so you need to basically travel from the start of the area to the door, and see what direction they're all facing.
Oh, don't forget the wisp behind you.
Learn the order. I was like, wait, what did I forget? And see the order, but the order doesn't change. So IRS.
I'm gonna steal some of these.
There's really no reason. Like the guide's right there.
Well, like I don't know. Like maybe if a certain marathon picks up this game where I have to go in person and I don't have a guide in front of me, it could be.
Oh, I'm putting the guide in front of me. I don't care. I'm gonna be like, hey, bud, I need to borrow your laptop here, man.
I guess you could, yeah.
See, this one's my favorite because if you actually, this one has like a pattern to it. It's like 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1 is like the options.
Mm-hmm.
But I still look at the guide because I'm paranoid.
So,
I still look at the guide for Sabrina's gym puzzle, which, by the way, Eddaket, you'll be proud of me. I had perfect teleporters yesterday.
Ooh,
for the first time. Yeah.
There's a chance you can pass that Alpha Gallade without a shout if you use a stealth spray, or if you, try to put it in a ball. If you have a feather ball, you can get it in a ball.
I got through it twice without doing either once. I did it twice.
I have stealth sprayed past it, and it actually makes sense for me to stealth spray at that point because if you still have to evolve the what am I thinking of? The Star Raptor. I just teach Brave Bird in that menu.
Oh yeah, don't forget to teach Brave Bird, by the way.
Oh yeah, I need to teach Brave Bird.
So, I usually do it after this fight because it's always 37 at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I have the stealth spray for the Gallade. It gives me a better chance.
So before Sneasel,
because this fight looks bad, you're getting 3-on-1.
Gastrodon was the absolute rock star of this fight. You try your best to get Gastrodon to 40, and then just strong Earth Power the Rhyperior and hope it died, and then take care of everything else. But we're gonna be going into Gastrodon now that the Rhyperior's out of the way, because the other two things are only level 30. And this Electivire cannot do anything to Gastrodon. Its entire moveset is electric.
Yep. And that includes the wild alpha one. What you see in the wild as well. What? It literally only has electric moves, so it has nothing for this Gastrodon. Yeah, that's one of those weird things where it's like
they got 6 turns. They usually get 4. But they got 6 turns that time.
That was weird. Like when you take the next initiative, and it's like
I usually have Gastrodon take take 2 turns from them.
Well, because usually the first Magmortar kills the Sneasel.
Well, it was because you didn't take more damage from Frostlass.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
That's what Shady was saying. He didn't even save the time because it came back to bite you.
Oh, I'm actually only level 36. Oh wait.
Brave. Oh, okay. Are you not evolving to Strapture? You can not.
Yeah, 36 is 36. You can evolve.
Shady has tested Stravia in game. If you want to try it,
I'll give it a try. Save the 20 seconds or 18, whatever it is.
I don't know if I assume you still do. Might be.
Yeah, it gets Brave Bird at 37 still. Nice turn 1 roost.
Oh, I mean, you're lucky that you even get roosts. I've been crit turn 1 by the Braviary and died. I've also missed that Thunderfang. Hooray for 95% accuracy moves. There was one run where my Fang moves, I missed 3 out of 4.
Yeah, the only relevant Stravia Straptor has right now is Gallade on Benny, and Brave Birch to still work, Shady says.
Hasn't failed so far. It's good enough for me.
And before you have, like, literally the worst Stravia of all time.
It does half somehow. We're like, wait, what?
Well, I think in that fight you'd be fine, just because Luxray gets 0 usage, and he could come in and take care of it, because, you know, at that point I think he's the only one alive, and it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, it's the last Pokemon on the fight.
Yeah, we don't have a good damage calculator yet. But also, like, I don't even think a damage calculator would help, because ranges are really stupid variant in this game. Like, something could be at, like, 1/3 health or about to die. Like, just with 1 attack variance. Trying punch and heal to full, oh no.
All right, so we now have access to our final ride Pokemon. We really barely talked about any of them. So Weirdeer is the go fast one. In the area 2, you get Ursaluna, who's like the dowsing machine. It's the item finder.
The dowsing machine.
An absolute unit for catch 'em all, by the way.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Required.
Actually, the fastest movement you can get is on Ursaluna.
Is it faster?
I think it's faster. When you're like close to an item,
when you're homing in on it and it just starts going.
I think Shady was talking about using it 90%, like to get to the Commodore fight, because apparently there's an old verse back there.
That's actually awesome.
So Shenanigans actually found an optimization here with Braviary. Once you've started your ascent, if you double tap start, you skip the rest of the ascent.
Oh.
You don't have to ascend that way.
Interesting. Yeah, because no one can ever gauge the height correctly on this.
Awful.
Yeah, no. Like, what Eddaket did at first was good, but like he waited the entire ascent and then started flying. But if he had done the thing, he would have been like at half of that height and wouldn't have had to descend as much. And that's the only difference. The rest of that was all the same.
So when you say hit start, is that
the plus
opening
button.
the? Okay.
Oh, sorry, start. Plus. You get off of it and then remount really quickly, and it skips.
Oh, okay. So yeah, because remounting doesn't give you that like fly height or whatever. It's very weird how you can fly in this game, but you can't fly higher in this game.
Oh, yes you can. The weird thing about this game is, and I learned this from some of the IL runners, D-pad select or getting Braviary out of a D-pad is more height than getting it out of plus. So if you use Weirdeer and then D-pad over to Braviary, you're getting more height than starting with Braviary and pressing
Oh,
plus.
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
That's how they're able to get so much height.
And that's pretty easy because that's literally just hitting right on the D-pad because you would hit left to get Weirdeer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something that's not at all annoying is in area 4, when you only have 4 ride Pokemon, you hit left once to go from Sneasler to Weirdeer, and after area 5, you have to hit left twice. Not annoying at all.
I hate the Hot Wheels so much. Like, can we just put Ursaluna on a non-problematic spot?
in the wheel of ride Pokemon.
Can we opt out of Ursaluna?
Can I just ride Weirdeer so fast it runs on water?
There's that
You know,
too.
I never want to be on Sneasler unless I'm climbing a wall. Can you take Sneasler off my wheel as well?
Yeah.
And only have it activate if I press A on a wall. I used to be such a hater of the wheel, but I've gotten better at it recently. Especially now that I've literally had to, because D-pad is more height.
Alright. I don't know the new way to skip the
I don't either.
roar.
I don't either. Well, I know, but I've never done it.
I don't think I
This
hit a
is-
single one of those.
Would you say this is the most difficult?
Yes.
I think
of
this is-
the nobles.
yeah.
I think it's the most difficult to learn. I think once you're good at all of them, I still think Lilligant's the hardest.
Mulligans is not the hardest. That's the
Well, the
easiest.
hardest to do, like, perfectly. Like, it's not hard to get a decent time, but it's...
I
it's the
find this
hardest.
one's hard because you're usually like your camera is focused so much on aiming like above the Avalugg that it's hard to see a lot of the hazards,
etiquette.
especially
Don't
the
panic.
previous one.
Don't panic, but you may have accidentally done the rage skip if you just keep throwing as fast as you can. It all revolves around stalling so that it doesn't rage before those crystals. Or the icebergs or icicles. That's what it is.
Go, 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 go,
No.
go.
I think you... Yeah, a little bit too late. Yeah, so that's basically the
very
idea, but you
close.
just do... Like, you just cut it a lot closer before that icicle section.
I hate how far away he stands here. It's just so annoying.
Yeah,
Because you're
not
like
too
one
bad
hit
at
away.
least.
Yeah. That was
really
solid. actually pretty good.
That was
Like, that is
yeah. I've been messing up the like dodge throw section so much recently, so I was glad I got it.
There will be runs I'll still die to Avalugg. I still think it's quite difficult.
What a happy table.
The worst part about dying is that I don't know the like the menu order of do you want to try again? Would you like to try
Oh.
from full health again?
Oh, I know the menu order, but I still take that slow.
And that's what
terrible.
that's what hurts me in my All Lords fight is that I actually miss menu and I have to do the fight from full.
Oh, I don't care if if I program the game myself, I'm still taking that slow. Like, cause the worst thing you can do is click restart battle. Or
Yep,
something
that's,
Especially on that
that's
one.
That's what I did.
Yeah. Ta-da! Zappy's adorable. But yeah, that is our last noble actually for this any percent run.
I need to teach Bravebird before I forget.
So if you've never played this game or seen this game, things are going to change here.
Things are going to be a lot less hectic in terms of like because we're done with all the catching sequences and everything.
Oh, I meant from a story perspective.
Oh yeah,
This
the
is
story. Yeah, what is? Did we explain any of the story? Where it's an isekai adventure?
I said we were isekai'd by Truck-kun, and now we are trying to seek out all the Pokemon.
Cool.
But
will
this game,
will we be doing that in any percent?
I'll get back to you on that. Stay tuned. Donate to turn this into a catch-em-all.
Please don't.
Yeah. Also, please don't. Like, it's already way past my bedtime. Being awake
what was I gonna
since
say?
2 a.m. problems.
Oh yeah. In my opinion, Pokemon doesn't really have that deep of plot lines generally, but for this point, they definitely took a page, I think, out of PMD's book. With everyone's suddenly against you and you need to go. It's like a common recurring trend. in
Yeah, you're right.
Mhm.
That's where you get chased by. Well, it's Team ACT, right?
PMD. Yeah, in Blue Rescue Team, Gengar rats you out and you have to leave the village. In Explorers of Time, Darkness, and Sky, you're sent to the future and it's all bleak and you don't know anybody. You have to get back to the past. And then in Super Mystery Dungeon, you get sent to literally hell.
You mean the distortion world, not just literally hell.
No, it's called the Voidlands, and it's hell. You die. You die and go to hell. If you've ever seen it, like seen the scenery, you will say the exact same thing. In the circumstances of how you get there, you get frozen in stone, and then you just wake up in this volcanic place. Like what
Well,
else?
I
do you
mean,
call that?
isn't that just the plot of Star Wars?
At least for the first three.
Yeah, the nice little foreshadowing here. Wow, you're a really great player character. Like you will always have a home in Jubilife Village. You're the best. And then you just get full on Fire Nation and you get banished and you can't return until you capture the avatar.
I don't know why, but when that camera was panning up after that conversation at the table, like casually, I knew something was about to go wrong. I don't know how.
Yeah,
it was
I think it was just
so
a slow
obvious.
pan. Like that's not a good pan.
Usually I mean, it would have really sold it if they did what's called the Dutch angle, which is where like the camera tilts to the side and you have the angle and everything's like off-centered.
I think in general with this game's story, they do a bad job of keeping things secret because Kamado is always like, everyone thinks you're suspicious. I'm like, you're literally the only one saying that.
Well, I mean,
he's like, and then at the beach, he's like, I will do anything to protect Jubilife Village. I'm like, you're gonna kill me at some point.
Yeah. And then, well, and I mean, Volo was just acting sus like the whole.
Volo
game.
was like, hey, here's how you backstab people.
Here's how you backstab people. Hey, are you collecting all the plates? Wow, wouldn't it be really cool to meet and defeat God? And then turns out his fight's actually the best fight in this whole game.
That we're not even gonna see.
I don't know. I was talking about how the story has improved over other Pokemon games, so I still don't think the story is the best part of this game. I think just, I don't know, the open world catching and
oh yeah, the game
part.
is fantastic overall. But yeah, this is the part of the game where like in the speedrun things are so slow that my notes are looking pretty bare. So I literally put you get banished, don't return until you capture the avatar. It's literally in my notes.
T-Pad hated my notes because like everything just kind of drops off, and like I think at one point for the final charm fight, it just says Dialga.
Dialga.
Yep.
And I stole that from my notes were based on Snap's original notes, and I didn't really make any changes where they weren't necessary. So
like I feel a little bit kind of bad for like harassing you all about like the notes writing. It's just like I get that the game has variability, but you literally just put Dialga on this fight. Like, please elaborate a little more.
So you send out the Dialga, and then and then you just don't lose Forehead.
And I keep losing.
Well, stop. Easy. We probably should put
also
the Gastrodon as a
Shenanigans
backup if
doesn't
Dialga
use
dies.
Dialga on that fight, by the way. He just uses Gastrodon.
That's not good. Gastrodon can't OHKO both.
Yeah,
and
yeah, that's the point. He does the 1-for-1, so he gets the Rhydon and then switches into Dialga so he can't get hypnotized by the Gengar. And he's just like, yeah, I lose like 8 seconds to the best possible time, but I also don't get insanely trolled by getting hypnosis, and then I'm too drowsy to move 4 times in a row.
Shenanigans is way too smart for his own good.
Yeah.
What I've come to learn as him, knowing him.
I mean, I can't wait till Eddaket and Shen have the rematch of filling up a box of Jigglypuffs in Gen 1.
Oh, D-some.
So
Anyways, yeah, we're ousted.
Yeah, you got banished.
Oh,
at least you didn't get like a scar on like your left
We
eye.
didn't talk about that, but while Celine was escorting the player out, you could have soft locked the game. For some reason, during the black screens, at least here in the end game, it gives you the option to control the player, like while you don't have the ability to. And if you walk too far out of the Celine trigger, she'll never walk you to the gate and you're soft locked. You can't even access the menu or anything.
I didn't know
And then
that.
here, at the end of this cutscene, while it's turning black, you can access your menus and your map. So I was, mashing select to get ready to warp. And
I just did it.
Yeah, and you have to back out, otherwise it won't let you do anything.
It's really funny. I didn't know that. I was just like, I'm gonna try it.
Yeah, and as far as I know, this is the only 2 places where it matters.
All right. I haven't done the end game in a little bit, so no judging my movement.
Don't forget to go check the trees next to the Alpha Lopunny for Cherubi.
You and your catch-em-all.
I can tell, like, you're looking at all your notes being like, oh, this is the perfect time to check for a Cherubi here because you get forced back into this area and there's nothing to do.
So the distortions actually have a higher chance to spawn in the first 5 minutes during this
Yeah.
RGB sky.
RGB sky.
Beautiful sky.
Yeah, it is
I don't know
beautiful
what else
sky,
you call
actually.
it.
I mean, yeah, distortion sky. Oh, this is much faster than my movement here.
I
How'd you
think
get
it
here so fast?
might be faster to use Braviary, because Braviary top speed is faster than Weirdier, but I don't know. Braviary has to dodge some ground to stay in the air and stay a bird. It's kind of tricky, but Weirdier is really simple. Just run directly here. I don't know. It'd have to be timed or something. I'm sure it's not much different, though. There's no way it's that wildly different.
And this part drags on and on.
Yeah, there's just
Right.
it's just a
don't
lot
forget-
of cutscene.
Don't forget about the Shinx dialogue.
The Shinx dialogue is the best part of this
is.
part.
Grr.
Grr. I mean, it's no whoop.
Shinx
but
is my favorite character in this game with a speaking role.
That's fair.
I can get on board with that.
Actually, no, I can't say that because Crickettoon's in the game.
Yeah. Well, the Crickettoon is very good. But Shinx is top 2 at least.
Shinx prevents this from being like a minute break from the game. Or something like that.
Like in all fairness, my favorite bathroom break is the Coastlands Basque Legion cutscene with the
So long.
With the misfortunes. It's like upwards of 3 minutes just mashing. And yes, I have used the bathroom where I just was like, I'm just gonna mash A now, and I'll come back. And it's literally at the halfway point of the game too. So Volo's deciding to be a little less sus and more helpful by giving us a new area to access. It's like the secret hideaway, and he has a
for DoorDash with the controller just run downstairs while still mashing A. The multitasking is insane. But yeah, this is Kogita. She's like,
is she related to
Yeah.
Volo? Yeah.
I don't know. She's
They have to
weird.
be.
Maybe they kind of. She's
weird.
kind of Cynthia-y too.
I don't know. There's probably some
But
shipping
she
theory
knows-
that makes
she's-
way too much sense.
But I think she just knows more about the lore of the world.
She's
so-
oh, I get it. She's the exposition.
She
dump.
also has befriended a legendary Pokemon that is the worst Pokemon to catch in the whole game. Isn't that right, Halkery?
I think Tornadus or Thunderous is slightly worse.
No, dude.
They're all
nothing-
terrible. All of the forces of nature are
nothing
terrible.
Can be worse than Enamorous. And I love her design, but boy oh boy, was that catching sequence a nightmare.
I've died to all of them and catch them all. Well, not Landorus, because if you die to Landorus, it's skill issue.
You're just have we even talked about the Pearl and the Diamond clans?
No.
No, they're two clans that they're supposed to be in this turf war over what's the real almighty Sinnoh, and obviously we know that it's
Eddake's
Dialga
gonna be
and
picking
Palkia.
Arita here because Arita has less text at the lakes. I mean, oh
No?
I guess we're-
Wow,
I guess we're
no,
picking
wow.
Adam. Okay.
And this is the only point in the game where it's like you get a choice between like which clan is going to loosely help you through your exile segment. The only difference it has is on the box cover legendary order. So in this case, since we picked Adaman, we will be fighting Dialga like in battle normally. Oh, by the way, nice Wiggly Woo outbreak. Should've
So,
went for it.
what I said there wasn't exactly a joke. Like, Arita does have faster dialogue at the lakes, but
Yeah.
Palkia is so much harder to deal with in battle.
Yeah.
Because it has probably one of the best typings in Pokemon that can be possible. Water Dragon.
Dragon, Water. It's only weak to
Dragon.
Dragon and Fairy.
Yeah. And we don't have anything that has Dragon or Fairy type move in any point. In Catch 'em All, we have the Alpha Lucario. But for Dialga, it's Dragon Steel, so we can use close combat on it and do decent damage. For reference, strong close combat through Sneasel does half of Palkia's health. whereas strong close combat from Sneasel on Dialga could nearly kill it.
Yeah, I can put in red bar usually easily unless you have pretty bad stats.
Yeah.
I mean, Irida is best girl, so I always feel bad not picking her. In this
Just run
segment.
catch 'em all. If you run catch 'em all, you can pick Irida.
Yes.
I mean,
it's just better.
Irida's not even best girl in Pearl Clan.
Yeah, you're a fan of
Paulina.
what's her name? The
Oh.
goggles girl.
Oh, Paulina. Yeah.
What's wrong with Paulina? All right, after
Like,
this fight has
I
probably
do
the
like
best strat
Paulina.
in the entire game.
Oh yeah, so we're going to all the lakes where all the lake
have
guardians
it
are,
plugged
but
in?
they're all
I do.
guarded. They're all guarded by alphas.
So blah blah blah, stupid alpha. That's not the most important thing happening in this cave. Let me tell you. So, did you know, with the Nintendo Switch, for any game that utilizes the Switch's firmware keyboard, you can plug in an external keyboard and utilize it to input whatever the game is asking for.
Yo,
I think that's the exact same one I have.
Yo, what's about to happen is actually cheating.
It's not. It's if you don't have a keypad, it's a skill issue in my opinion.
I'm just
So
I just need a moment.
There's a puzzle here where you need to give a sequence of numbers to Yuxi here, and you know the Giga Chad thing to do is to spend like $10 on a USB number pad and input it really quickly using your digits, your fingers, as opposed to using the buttons in the D-pad.
God.
Yes, if a game on the Nintendo Switch uses the firmware, the OS keyboard, you can use a external keyboard with it. That's what Etiquette's gonna do.
Talk about pay to win.
That is another shady discovery. And we're done. Easy.
Oh my god.
Have you never seen that?
it's so good.
I didn't even know there was a custom firmware Nintendo keyboard. And then
No,
you just
it's you can literally
It's
plug
any
in
USB
any
keyboard.
Oh my-
You can plug in any keyboard to the USB slot.
This is
I-
cheating.
The first time I did it, I literally just had a backup keyboard that I had plugged in, and then I spent $10 on a USB number pad.
I think we have the exact same one.
That's so funny.
It only glows blue. I don't know
Yeah,
if
it just glows blue.
That is so wild. It's so silly.
It's so funny.
It
It's like a
seems like-
1 second time save.
1 or 2
I'm
seconds, yeah.
shook. I'm shook right now.
I don't know if I
because
said
that
it, but
does
that
save
is-
so much time than having to do. Gosh, how
Not
many
that much
inputs
time.
That
to get
is
to the 6,
if
the
you
0,
don't like
the
that-
6, the 1, and the 3. Like those are not adjacent digits.
If you don't like that, you need to blame Shady. This was entirely his discovery and his fault that we're all using this now.
I hate you all. Now I have to spend $10 on, and it's not even your reach because I don't like my Nintendo Switch is like 12 feet away from where I sit at my keyboard.
It sounds like a skill issue.
And now I'm gonna have to get a USB extender.
Do you know it's an antique tea set?
It is an antique tea set. It's true.
Well, you deserve to lose time after cheating.
Yeah, you've basically evened out.
I mean,
with
he's
the
also
rules.
using a turbo controller too, so.
How many cheats can this man have? You can use LRR.
Who's on
first, just
supposed to
use
be
this.
this one? This is the Gudra, so it's Sneasel.
Yeah. This is a very important range to hit. They gave Hisui and Gudra a
Got it.
signature move. Damn, that was way too risky.
Whoa.
Oh my god. I would not have done
Never punished.
that. I was scared. I'm not
I've
even
definitely
playing, I
missed
was
that
scared.
before.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, this Gudra range is very important because they gave Hisui and Gudra a exclusive move in this game called Shelter, which it raises both of its defensive stats and makes it obscured. Which we talked about the obscured status earlier, which is a complete consolidation of all accuracy, evasion, and things.
Yeah, it's like Sand Attack, but worse.
Before Sneasel, My favorite thing to bring up, what was the strategy? Gastrodon? Strong Earth Power, I think?
Something
But
like
you
that,
di-
yeah.
But you didn't go first. That's the important thing. So you just hoped that Gudra did not use Shelter.
Oh yeah, I
But
think that
now-
Oh
was...
yeah, yeah.
Sneasel's faster.
Sneasel is a
So-
fast boy.
As long as you hit the range and kill with one strong close combat, it's a complete non-issue. But it only becomes an issue after if you don't kill it. The thing that makes this so variable and makes it a range is that these alphas are wild Pokemon that are generated every save file. So
Darn.
it can have a plus defense nature, it can have a
Oh.
minus whatever nature.
Nice. No KO. Oh. Okay. Well, at least it didn't use Shelter on you, so.
Play it safe.
I don't know if it's gonna kill.
All right.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Yeah, after I picked Air Slash, I'm like, wait, that was the wrong one.
Yeah, the reason that these fights are so variant is because these are randomly generated wild Pokemon, because you can catch these things, and they do have their own natures and stuff.
Good job having a minus attack nature, maybe.
I guess this one had a plus defense nature.
Probably plus defense, yeah.
So that
So
was,
you're bold.
because you very missed the range there. Like it wasn't
Yeah.
close.
And the funny thing is, so we use the alpha that's level 61. When we were using the level like 54 Sneasels, like those could one shot as well. So like that's how wide this range is.
Yeah, I remember Snap just complaining in the Discord, like, Sneasel
Yeah.
sucks, this thing can't kill. I'm like, did you try leveling it up to 55? Like, did you start, I'm like, tech support, did you try restarting the computer? And that's when it became, like, immediately apparent to those who didn't already know that level was just completely...
Level is so
like,
important.
it's so important in the run, yeah. Yeah, and as soon as he leveled it up once to 55, he was hitting the range like 10 times in a row. Yeah, if anybody's listening and wants to make a really good damage calculator, please and thanks. I think there's already some floating around. They're not really, like, pinned anywhere, so I think they're already, like, buried, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's also weird that we only really have to win, like, 8 fights in the game in total anyways.
Well, more if you're doing catch 'em all.
More if you're doing catch 'em all. Including a very important one that might be at the top of the Temple of Sinnoh.
Yeah, the hardest fight in any Pokemon game, yeah.
I was there when Eddaket did that fight casually for the first time. Could you give us a replay of your reaction?
So the fight itself took me a couple tries, and it's just because I couldn't be bothered to have an actually good team. I get to the Giratina, and I have like 2 Pokemon left. I get through the first phase and learn that there's a second phase because I didn't know.
Which is the best part.
And all I had left was my shiny Frostlass, and it just missed me like 3 times in a row, and I got it down to like half health before it finally killed me. But it was like...
Thought you
Okay,
almost
but
had it.
on that fight, have you ever YOLO'd a move and lost 20 minutes because of it not going your way?
I have not.
I went for a strong Moonblast or something. Hey, I went for a strong Moonblast on the last turn of the second phase of Giratina. I'm like, this will kill YOLO. And then it didn't, and then it killed me, and I had to restart and do Bolo's team all over again, the Giratina all over again, and then the
That's the
second
worst
phase
part.
of Giratina.
Yep.
It was literally a 20-second time loss.
I was losing my mind doing that battle casually because at the time I had like 5 of my 6 main Pokemon, and I was like trying to do like a happiness Evo on one of the EVs. So I went to that
sub 10 catch 'em all lost to Volo. Like I'm still losing to it to this day.
So I
Even with
only
a
went
quote-unquote
into that
strat.
battle with like 5 realistic Pokemon. And how I play Pokemon casually is I don't like using items in battle, so I don't bother healing or reviving. That's just not my style. Volo under control. It was like totally fine. And I get to the Giratina fight with like I think 2 Pokemon plus the Eevee, and the Eevee came out first, so the Eevee got sacked, and then that's how I was able to defeat Giratina with like I used Typhlosion. And I was like, nice, that was my last Pokemon. I defeated Giratina, and then the next phase came out, and I'm like, ah, oh, screw this, and died immediately. So it's like, oh, so I'm gonna have to level up for this fight and everything. Okay. So I do all the EL training, and in the Volo fight, my Weirdeer decided to miss Psy Shield Bash twice, and a high horsepower. So it's like, bruh, and it put me, and then that's when I learned that Giratina had the special move that has the obscure effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Shadow Force. Yeah, so
I won with like 18 HP total remaining, and I had to hit through it.
The strat for Catch 'em All is funny because it's just you and Giratina spamming your exclusive moves, because we just juice up Cresselia.
Yeah.
And just spam all the great items on Cresselia, all the EXP items on Cresselia, because Lunar Blessing is broken.
Absolutely.
There is.
Oh, fun fact, by the way, we catch this Overquill and Catch 'em All because evolving a Quillfish in this game is completely unreasonable and stupid.
Yup. It's like 20 agile style, strong style.
Yeah, you have to do 20 bar barrages or something stupid like that.
Yeah. It's the same as like Wide Ear. You have to do like Psy Shield Bash 20 times with Stanley.
Yeah, but there's no wild Weird Ear, so we still have to
so you still have to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is fun. Oh no, but I've found it pretty reasonable. You can actually pair it with Murdering Sneasel, so you can grind for Razor Claws at the same time.
That makes sense.
Oh, you can also soft lock right here. I've heard that if you throw the bomb and if Azelf tries to spawn exactly where the bomb is, the game will soft lock before the final part. Because you're not supposed to be able to hit Azelf yet. It'll always teleport away. So the game just doesn't have the ability to process out Azelf getting hit in these early phases.
I mean, this is Eddake's Valorant skills at hard work right there.
Oh, apparently you can unsoft lock by
yeah, you have to talk to Adamant. I've had that happen before.
I've never seen it. I've only heard about it.
It's really unfortunate when it happens.
I don't know how I haven't seen it at all. Like, if it's happened to so many people, it's crazy. Oh, and I see people just kind of throw in bombs like willy-nilly. Like as soon as their arm is free, they're throwing another bomb. I'm like, let's not do that. Let's relax.
My least favorite is, and it may be better to do it, but I see people like running around and doing it, and I'm like, I'm just standing in one spot.
Oh yeah, there's no reason to move.
I will aim where I need to. Oh, that's my split. Whatever.
Oh, we didn't really talk about the order we do the lakes in.
Yeah.
I think it was the first person I heard it from was Crisis. But the reason you do specifically Lake Valor last is because you have to come here after you've done all 3 of the lakes. And basically you're teleporting from Crimson Mirelands into Crimson Mirelands, whereas if you finish at one of the other lakes, you have to leave Alabaster or Obsidian, wherever you are, and you have to go into Crimson Mirelands and then get warped here. So it's a much longer load.
Yeah, it's just a load zone.
Mainly for load purposes.
Yeah, and then you do Iceland's first purely because that's where your cursor already is from when you went to Iceland's at the end of Area 4.
Yeah, and that was discovered before Sneasel, so like I was very, very hesitant about not doing Goodra last.
Yes, yeah.
What also gets me is that, I mean, you get warped into the past, and there are still more ruins, like destroyed ruins from the past, in the past.
So
we're only kind of in like the Middle Ages past. It's not even like the before ages past.
Yeah, I don't think a game based on the caveman era would be very fun to play. Pretty sure they don't even have Pokeballs invented because they said that Pokeballs were new at the beginning of this game.
They did. They were like, wow, this brand new invention.
Yeah, so this game has a grab mechanic, right? You sneak up behind a Pokemon, you just kind of put it in a sleeper hold. As soon as it passes out, it's yours.
Haven't you ever suplexed a Stantler before?
You need to assert your dominance on the Pokemon, and then they'll just follow you around because they're scared of you.
All right, so
there's no box. There's just a pasture.
Yeah, the pasture is such a weird. It makes sense, but it's just weird. Like canonically, it's like there is no PC because there's no technology except for your phone. But don't worry about that.
I think the pasture's fine. I take issue with the fact that you can access it from literally anywhere.
Yeah,
that's the part. Like Cobalt Coastlands is literally on the other side of the continent from where the Jubilite village is.
That's what Silene's Abra is for. The Abra teleports the Pokemon back and forth between the pasture and where you are.
I don't agree. The Abra just got involved. The Abra had nothing to do with it for so long.
My favorite thing about Shady mentioning the phone is from the present time, so it makes sense. I love how when the reveal of this game came out, everyone was like, "Oh my god, it's this ancient times and there's a phone. Like this is horrible. Like Game Freak can't make a good story, blah blah blah." And instantly the first cutscene, it's like, "Oh, it makes sense."
I don't mind the phone. I really have issue with the fact that no character says anything about you having this device.
Yeah.
Like I think Mai's like, is that one of the new Galaxy Team things? But literally nobody else says anything about you having this high-tech thing that has a screen on it that glows.
And it
nobody else cares.
And it says seek out all Pokemon. Like what?
Just
imagine just imagine you're just like texting Arceus on that phone.
Yeah, eventually the phone gets turned into bombs. Spoiler alert. So I'm charging Arceus with theft of destruction of property because that was my phone. Anyways, we learned that the Commander Komodo has gone up here to try to take care of the rift problem himself, which is on brand
and dangerous.
And we're here.
And Volo's still being sus.
Yeah.
He's literally just like, yeah, so heard some dangerous things were going on. I just want to be nearby, just in case something happens. I want to be involved. I just want to be nearby.
He says, I'm going to set up shop further ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely so I just noticed he has a grit bag on his, on the side, but you don't get grit bags from him.
That's because those are his.
No, I want them.
He's holding out on you. He can't give you everything.
Lead scum type. Okay.
Okay, so there is a potential random alpha 1%.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay, so there's this alpha Electivire there, and if it alpha shouts you lose 4 seconds. So luckily he's got.
Yeah,
he's got to dodge that plus any of the random alphas one more time.
I've gotten the random alpha once and got shouted, and then got shouted by the other one too. I was so mad.
Nice 8% or 8-second time loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, are you leading Skuntank?
What was that?
Are you leading Skuntank right now?
Yes.
Okay.
So weird transition, but speaking of time loss, we've actually got some donations coming through, but they're good too. We have a $50 donation from Chudrakasha. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. I am sorry. They didn't put any comments or anything like that, but they just put the donation to name the Abra as Roosh for the glitchless run, the Emerald glitchless run. And then also we had a $5 donation earlier that just says good luck etiquette. But also I just thought it was interesting that I was just like, oh yeah, that would be kind of timeless.
All right.
It's all good. People always have fun trying to say it. Okay, thank you.
Well, this
Alright,
is
thanks,
Benny.
guys.
He was like one of the first guys we met. He was like he's like the cook, but he's actually a ninja, and he's technically Kamado's right-hand man. And this is very much a I kill you, you kill me fight.
Yeah.
You
This
rolled
fight-
your eyes when you got hypnosis turn 1 or something.
This fight was one of the first. I mean, spoiler. There's like 3 fights left. But this was one of the first fights that was like, this fight needs a route for, because like you could kind of BS your way through a lot of the fights. Well, that's unfortunate. And this fight was like, you have to have a plan going into this. Like, there's no question.
I definitely understand the struggle there, Sinrakasha. The amount of times the U has been randomly started using my name.
How weary.
That's the most common mistake for sure. One time I got called Halquin, and I have no idea where that was even like read, or where the English language took them there. I think they thought it was like some combination of like Harley Quinn or something.
Mm.
That's all I got.
I got confused because I thought I was supposed to have strong Brave Bird for a second. I'm like, I don't have it. What do I do?
Hey, it worked.
It did work. But yeah, that's Benny. That is the quintessential I kill you, you kill me fight. The main troll on that fight is the Mismagius can either go for Power Gem or Hypnosis. We got Hypnosis, which is worse because we have that drowsy chance, but luckily we hit through.
Oh, I don't think we mentioned this yet, but EXP is gained at the end of the battle in this game.
Yep.
So with this quote, if you want to call it a strategy, of wiping back and forth, a lot of the Pokemon in the battle don't actually get experience. So luckily the levels are fine as they come.
Yeah, because the Pokemon have to be alive at the end of the battle to gain any of the experience. There's no partial experience. It's all or nothing.
But I wasn't paying attention, but I assume the Gallade went for instant Psycho Cut on,
Yep.
So the benefit of that is that's another benefit of Sneasel. It's like it's just so easy, like for a Psychic type user to kill it, that it mostly baits out the move.
Instead of doing
rare.
something stupid.
Yeah. Clefable in this next fight was a problem for a very long time, and it still kind of is if it uses close combat, or if it uses a Calm Mind.
Calm Mind. It still can. I've seen it.
It's very favored to use Psychic because it's just like you're dangling something in front of its face, like you can take this, you can have this.
Oh, by the way, Pokemon that are 4 times weak to a move are not actually 4 times weak. They are now just 2.5 times weak.
Oh, we did mention Drowsy in this game page.
And it's very weird. Like, it still does a lot of damage, but yeah, that Psychic type move against Sneasel is doing 2.5 times damage and not 4 times. I've noticed it a little bit in like casual play where it's like, man, I thought I was gonna do a lot more damage using like the fire move.
Okay, Esper Wing is Esper Wing is an enhanced crit rate move. Yeah, you don't need Staravia for the rest of this fight, so you can probably try it ones you want to hear.
Yeah, that's.
Oh yeah, Max Revive. Let's try
That's
it
usually,
too.
yeah, you thankfully get that 1 max revive from the kid. That was like really sad that you got banished.
Well, the best thing is now it should be Luxray's turn, right?
I think it will be Luxray's turn.
Well, you had a fast. Wait, did you have a fast? No, you had a fast Cynic roll.
That's you know, I think you gotta go for Thunderfang. Thunderfang strong.
Yeah.
Because you're not just going second anymore. That's why I won't give you a double turn.
Yeah,
That's
I'll
the
do-
second worst
fine.
crit in this game. The worst crit in this game is on the legendary. Because
Yeah.
you have a minute cutscene afterwards, like, "Hey, don't kill the legendary this time, idiot." and Then you get to go back in and fight it again.
One of my
required to catch it.
one of my first PBs had a horrible Kamado fight because I did get crit turn 1 like that, and then after max reviving, I went second and got crit again.
Yeah, we're back on pace now. Like fight's still on track.
So I actually lost the Kamado fight, and I like tried everything to save it, and instead just lost 5 minutes to the fight.
Oh, you have to use. Oh, I guess you can do that.
Because I had the 2 turns in a row, I was just like, I've missed... Although I don't know if I've missed the strong close combat with Alpha Sneasel.
Oh no, this is good, because then if you're covering yourself if Clefable uses close Calm Mind, because then you can get a poison gem off before it kills you.
We're good. So
There's a little bit of a time loss if it just goes for Psychic, but like it's better to cover those bases than risk anything. The amount of times I've accidentally used Ignites last year.
Oh.
You got a poison at least, so... Yeah, he always max potions, and max potions take as much time as a strong style move, I've noticed.
Okay, Baby Doll Eyes is fine.
Oh, you don't get to attack again. Weird. Yeah, normally after he uses the max potion, you get to attack again, because it just... It
He's
takes so
dead here.
long to have the Pokemon speed.
Oh, no, he's not.
We're getting through this, no worries.
Yeah, this fight just has, I don't know.
Yeah, we're fine.
It's just weird. But it'll die.
My Skuntank is awful.
It's okay, you're just saving turns for when you're waiting for a golem to kill you.
Exactly. Skuntank missed the KO on the Zoroark too, so I think it's just bad. And then one really nice thing, when you only have 1 Pokemon left, that automatically gets sent out. You don't have to actually
you don't have to choose it.
All right. Whew. I was like slightly worried that wasn't gonna kill for some reason. But yeah, so the thing that T-Pat mentioned about type effectiveness is why Earth Power is better than Water Pulse there. Normally Water Pulse would be more damage, but
this is still
not
very much
actually
turbo world record pace.
yeah, this is, according to my splits, this is like 402 pace roughly.
Yeah, really solid for a marathon, honestly, because like so
Yeah.
much can go wrong, and so much did. But like the adaptations and the EV coming in clutch definitely, like,
Yeah.
you know, helped this. I mean, I guess you didn't even need the EV because you were like over by so much.
Well, without Eevee, I would have done Duskull.
Yeah, no, never mind. EV was mandatory for, for this run.
No, the biggest issue I think I had this run was just my ball count was so low for a lot of it. And I think it was, I like spaced out during part of Mirelins and just wasn't getting resources that I needed.
So it's probably the wrong time to bring this up, but Shady has been saying recently you can strong close combat Dialga lives unless you're adamant 3 EL attack.
No, I'm not doing it.
I wouldn't either. Just thought I'd put that out there.
Nope.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a
Maybe
firm
we
believer
don't.
that there's not a lot you can do to influence catch rate in this game. Like, you can have this Dialga like red health and it'll still fight back and resist every ball you throw at it.
Do we know like the specifics on the catch rate of this game? Because it's, in terms of legendaries, it's like not bad. Like, it's not like trying to catch a legendary, you know, in a regular mainline game.
No. But the problem is that it's way too hard to catch for being a mandatory catch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't mind if this is like an optional challenge, like Diamond and Pearl, like, or not Diamond and Pearl, like, I guess Diamond and Pearl, yeah, because you don't have to catch.
And
those
here's the
games.
thing: there's only one fight after this, and we would be totally fine without catching Dialga. Like, it's not necessary to win that next fight.
Not first ball.
Oh, it is kind of nice. I remember thinking this when I was learning. I was just like, do I need to craft Ultra Balls? And it's like, nah, Kamado, this gives you 10.
It actually gives you an inventory spot too.
Yeah. Oh, that's where the inventory slot comes from. Okay.
Yep.
Thought about that
'cause
too. It makes
you
sense,
can't-
but
well, in the 80% run, you can't craft Ultra Balls because you need to be rank 6 to do that, and we finish at rank 5, which is the bare minimum.
Going through my whole team.
yep.
Yeah, Dialga is kind of dumb. Like I said, there's nothing
There we
wrong
go.
with this being hard to catch legendary. The problem is that it's a required catch. But I think, I don't know, it's just my opinion on it.
And there's not really anything else we could do. We could maybe teach Thunder Wave. Nice catch. There you go.
Yeah, teaching Thunder Wave to Luxray is an option,
But you're wasting a move in which you could chuck a ball at it.
and then also you're wasting 10 seconds to teach that. I mean, I guess you could pair it with the
well,
crunch
you
teach.
would probably teach it on the crunch menu.
Yeah. Like every time I've taught Thunder Wave for the express purpose of doing that when things go bad, I'm still too stubborn and I just keep throwing balls at it.
I don't find enough value in it. It's just like just get luckier.
Skill issue.
I feel like this is very close to like the Rayquaza Oras catch, or it feels like it's about 40%. So
No, you
This
tested-
is worse than the Rayquaza catch for sure. I think.
Yeah, this has got to be the worst mandatory catch in pretty much any Pokemon game. I can't think of a worse one. Oh, never mind. Shank's in the very beginning of the game.
Yeah. Actually true. All right. So way back in Iceland, when we put 4 Pokemon in our party and then caught Sneasel, we didn't have a full party literally just for this moment. The Dialga goes to our party. Dialga is both really good for the next fight and mandatory in order to get to the last area. So
yeah, Kagura is just like, what? You don't have Dialga in your party? Then you're not allowed to go
like,
further.
I was sitting there like just talking to her over and over again. I'm like, I have my party of 6. These are my boys. Like,
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
let
what
me-
happened to
let me
me.
go.
I was just like, why? So you literally just need to have Dialga in your party for Kaga to let you go. You go
can't
back
believe-
here to the summit camp, and I literally swapped it back out immediately.
That's funny. I
'cause
didn't
I-
think to do that. I just
Yeah.
begrudgingly put my Cricketune away. My buddy.
yeah, because that's the other way I play casually. Is I don't use legendaries on my team. I don't use items in battle, and I don't use legendaries on my team.
It's crazy. Yeah, I caught the alpha Cricketune in the beginning of the game, and that was a party member for the whole game. I catch
Oh,
that
nice.
later.
I feel like my friend did that too. She was just like, "Yep, still got my homie, the Cricketune." I'm like,
Yeah, I
that's
named it
pretty
Rab
boss.
after the character from Dragon Quest XI. I also caught the Lopunny that's in Obsidian, like with level 15 pokes somehow. I sat there forever doing it, but. Alright, I'm minimizing chat again. So here in the endgame sequence, we have to go to the Cave of Origin or something. We have to collect Origin ore.
The
to craft,
Cave of Origin. What is
that
this,
Oras?
Oras?
I think that's Oras actually.
it is, but we're going for the Origin Ore, so I think it is the Cave of Origin.
Is it really? Okay.
Or wait, when did we get to Hoenn?
So don't forget about the wisp that's literally on top of the door frame here.
Nope.
Okay.
I've actually almost died doing that once. Oh wait, there we go. I was really
Yeah.
close to the trigger.
Yeah, that's one thing that kind of develops over time as you run the game. Like you start to figure out, like for yourself, like menuing while riding Weird Ear becomes more natural and more like I don't know. It's just something you just get better at. I mean, in a marathon setting where we're talking about other things and I'm distracting you with wisps, it's very easy for you to have missed that.
Yeah, I normally do it when I'm riding down. I just forgot.
I think that might be another situation where it's faster to do that Braviary thing I mentioned, because Braviary is faster top speed.
Probably, yeah.
But once again, it's got to be timed, and I don't feel like doing it. So
No.
it's gonna remain up in the air until somebody wants to.
Hey,
So-
Etchy with the raid.
Charm's actually not that crazy. The only problem is Gengar's still a troll.
Yeah.
It can go for Shadow Ball, and you know, Dialga could succumb to the drowsy state.
You could.
Or
You
could
say
just,
that as if it won't.
Or you just get good and not have it be a problem.
My Dialgas have all had skill issues.
So we got one Shadow Ball. We got a Mist Hypnosis. Easy.
Easy clap.
Game.
Yeah, I think early on in the game, I noticed people were using Flash Cannon with Dialga on the Rhydon. I think I might have been one of the first people to start just mashing A on Earth Power.
And
it
it makes sense because it would do the exact same amount of damage. It's
I think people were drawn
super
to
effective.
it. Yeah, I think people were drawn to it because of the stab and like.
Yeah.
I personally don't like testing things in late game because I don't have a file in late game, and I don't want to test things in runs because this is where runs are like made and broken, you know. So I think it was just a comfort thing for everybody, like using strong moves when you absolutely don't need to make sure something dies.
Yep.
Probably just that kind of thing.
Wow, you did it! You beat the champion. That was the last fight of the game.
That is the last standard Pokemon battle of the game.
It's so anticlimactic, actually.
Dude, the worst part about this whole section is that the music doesn't even sound hype. Like, you're not even, like, excited about anything.
It literally doesn't get hyped until you start the last quote-unquote noble battle.
Oh my god, the last fight music is really good.
It's so good.
I really don't know why they didn't make new music for Benny and Komodo.
True.
There's not a lot of music in this game.
No.
There's 5 areas.
I would have liked for Benny to get like, you know, like a Wally theme remix because that's his like ancestor.
I would want that. I don't care about the ancestor. I want it because Wally theme's hype.
Wally theme is hype.
I don't care if they give Komodo Wally's theme. I'll be a happy customer.
Alright. Oh, more mashing.
They did give Volo his own theme, and it is pretty hype.
So,
it's very good.
Akari is really, really good at crafting Pokeballs. And she's actually doing the heavy lifting right now on the process of making this insanely powerful ball that we're going to be using later. Y'all are just in time for...
Yo, more hype raids? We are literally like 3 minutes to the end. You're all here in time.
Oh yeah, this is a world record pace run currently.
That is true.
It is. This is true, actually. This is... You know what? Technically true is the best kind of true. So, to quickly recap the game for everybody that is just coming in at the 4-hour mark, we were isekai'd into the past, had to catch a bunch of Pokemon, helped like get a head start on this like whole like making the Pokedex thing, and then we got banished, but now we're back, and we just made like a first version of the Master Ball, which is like the red chain ball, and we're gonna use that, except we're not actually gonna like battle a Pokemon with another Pokemon. We are going to literally take our fists and punch
our bombs.
And yeah, we're gonna throw food at Palkia and win the game. Was that good enough?
Incorrect.
Okay. Oh, and Volo is still acting sus because he's actually like a bad guy, but we don't know that yet until the post game.
That is an adequate description for what's going on. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna throw hands. That's, you know what? That's it. We're gonna throw hands.
With God, not in this run. We're not throwing hands with God in this run. Donate for Catch 'em All.
Well, it is the Pearl Clan's god, if you go by that logic.
Yeah. My favorite part of the casual playthrough is like seeing one side get completely validated by the first one coming down, and then the second one coming down, and then both realizing they're idiots.
All right, so we're coming up on the Noble fight. This fight has kind of a cool strat that I'm going to try to do that I've only successfully done once, and because this is so late,
here. Fight him now. You can do it.
Because it's so late in the game, I don't have like a practice file for it.
You
basically, actually, yeah. How do you want to explain it?
Oh, the strat?
The damage boost thing, yeah.
Oh yeah. So basically the way this fight begins is Palkia is going to be dropping down some meteors from the sky. It's going to drop down 4 exactly to be exact. And these meteors are constant damage sources. They last on screen for, I want to say like 15 seconds after they're dropped or something like that. After the meteor phase, there's a phase where Palkia does these little pulsating waves out from the floor that normally you'd have to dodge with the dodge button. But taking the damage from those constant damage sources I just mentioned is a lot faster. So I think it's going to try to do that with the last meteor that comes down.
Also, hype music.
So yeah, there's 4 of these coming down, and then he's going to use the 4th one as damage boost.
I don't know what's happening.
Oh my god, everyone's reading. Oh no, look. Okay. Looks like
I messed up the last one, but whatever.
That's fine. Good enough. You get the idea. And then it's going to do its alpha shout, and it's going to throw some bombs up in the air to, attack it while it's invincible. And then you should have it now.
And oh yeah, time.
Time right now.
Sorry.
And that is a new any % turbo world record for Legends Arceus.
Woohoo!
Woo!
Yeah, I completely forgot that's where we have time now.
Yeah, we don't do it for credits. So it was like a 402.42-ish.
Yeah, 402.46 is what I've got on my timer, which is
the previous world record for turbo is 409.43 by me, I think.
yes.
So beats it by about 7 minutes. Turbo still has a long way to go. Like if people get good at turbo and start putting up like really insane times, like I will definitely like compete alongside that and do my best to provide competition to that side. It's just splitting turbo from non-turbo is just the best compromise the community's come up with right now. But
yeah,
I don't see any reason why turbo can't be a competitive category as well.
It should be. I mean, hand health is very important. So we not only don't discourage it, we actually encourage it in the community.
But yeah, that was Pokemon Legends Arceus. If anyone's interested in doing that run, either this run or the all lords category we talked about, or there's a bunch of different ILs that you can do, catch them all, longer stuff. Definitely don't hesitate to join the PSR Switch Discord. And other than that, I mean, make sure you tune in. This is the last run of tonight, but the marathon will be going all weekend, so definitely tune in tomorrow, tune in Sunday. I will be doing another run on Sunday that's not Pokemon. You can check out the schedule and donate and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, obviously, our PSR Switch community is great, and while this can feel a little bit daunting, especially with how much is going on, know that there is a lot of people that are learning at the same time, so never feel bad about asking questions. Seriously, I'm usually the one that's writing a wall of text in the Discord, being like, why aren't you doing things this way? And obviously we're all trying to help each other out and help learn, because the game is so new that strats are still going to be changing between now and the future. So but yeah, everybody has been super helpful, and obviously a showcase like this is still just another great way to see the game in action.
Yeah, the most widely accepted route for this game, or the most widely run route, is made by me and Shady Gamer X. I don't know about Shady, I want to speak for him, but my DMs are open if you have any questions about routing decisions and reasons why things are the way they are, what I think should be your main objective, what I think should be your backup, whatever. You can just add me, Halker, in the Discord, or just DM me.
Oh, and just like Eddaket said, today was just the first day of the Eon Ticket Marathon, as we're helping out our good friend Amoeba just get some lost funds back from his home being burgled a couple days ago. You don't have to open up your wallets or pocketbooks right now, but we've got a lot of great runs. There's a schedule floating around. I'm doing a run on Sunday with Etchy, who also rated us a couple minutes ago. That'll be on a Sunday. But yeah, we're doing this for a good cause, and it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of Pokemon runs, but it's not exclusively Pokemon. So yeah, this is just a weekend of fun. And everybody that did come in from the raids, certainly encouraging everybody to at least follow the stream so you know when we go live tomorrow and Sunday. So that way we can see you back here.
Yeah, so yeah, like everybody said as well, like, so we are going to be starting tomorrow at, depending on whatever time zone you're in, it's 9 a.m. Eastern, it's 8 a.m. Central, obviously, and then go from there. So we're going to be starting there, and we're going to be having a lot of fun runs throughout the weekend. So, and we are going to have, and I'm really glad that we got really close to our goal, or like to what I said earlier, it's $700. So I'm really grateful for that, and we're really grateful that we're able to help be about with all of this. And thank you guys for running this game. Like, this game is a very new game to the marathon scene, so it's a really cool thing to see it in a marathon run.
Yeah.
So, anyways, but yeah, that's gonna be it, I think.
All right. Thanks for having us, and thanks Halkery and T-Pat for commentating.
Yeah. Thanks again for inviting us.